Thank you very much for coming. At the moment, we have here in Aquari, University of Rijeka campus, this beautiful space. Some of our participants and others are coming, and online, I hope, as much as possible, people who are interesting. I'm welcoming everybody on our third edition of Glowing Globe. This year is Artificial Art Alienated. Actually, we were thinking of artificial intelligence, but everybody's using this word. And in art, is really important that something is a good art. So not to continue too much of introduction because we are a little bit late. And there are quite a lot of participants on speakers because not only that we were inviting as maybe theorists or art historians of new media, but also there are artists who really are doing so new and so interesting project that actually it's kind of combination of artists presenting their works. We will have each participant maximal 20 minutes so that we are on the end going to be finished at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And for those who are not here, evening would be in our wonderful Astronomy Centre and with the performance and later in full dome screening. So next year, I hope everybody will be able to come to Rijeka as a visitor, or we invite some other people. It's a fantastic place, beautiful weather, even swimming is possible still. So our first speaker is Maurice Benayon, also shortly called Mo Ben. And his title is Values of Value. If I'm wrong, he will anyway change it. Transactional art on the blockchain. Just in short, he is a computer media artist based in Hong Kong and Paris. Pioneer of new media art, his work has been a continuous attempt to redefine art practice and the place of the artist in society through VR, AR, IE, AI, and urban media art. Maurice Mo Ben explores the limits of promises of advanced media, unveiling their social impact beyond their technological and aesthetical potential. Creating from subtle to large-scale interactive artworks, he has been exhibited in major international museums, biennales, and festivals in around 30 countries and around the world. Mo Ben received close to 30 awards, including 4 Ars Electronica awards and converted Golden Nizza. Since 2012, Maurice Benayon is a professor of creative media at City University of Hong Kong. And I can only add that I know Maurice since 1993 as our first participant on similar manifestations, Glowing Globe, that me and my husband, Heiko Daxel, who unfortunately passed away in 2012, did in Zagreb, Novi Sad, and I did later in Rijeka. So Maurice was not only our first media scape, but he was really pioneer artist in 3D works, and he will tell more about himself or about his screen. So Maurice, it is your time. Thank you.
So yeah, I thought I should connect my talk to the main topic of the symposium, and it's a coincidence, but I talk a lot about artificiality in art and aliens in art. So that's very similar, very close to the topic. So the question is about artificial art. Is it more art or more superficial? And I think there is often this confusion about artificial that would be a kind of negative perception of what humans do, and as opposed to nature, that is supposed to be positive, artificial is very often considered as negative. Oh, it's artificial. That means it's not true. Of course, true art is always artificial because this is even the definition of art. The definition of art is the work of the artifice, the work of the artifact, everything that is resulting from the fact that it's human-made. So artificial intelligence is human-made intelligence. Art is human-made things, objects, ideas that are being created by human, of course. And so artificial art is even more human than any other kind of art. And the more artificial it is, the more human it is. It would be natural art, then it's not human anymore, by definition. The question of alienation is something interesting between strangeness and estrangement. Strangeness is the fact that something, we are stranger to a certain topic, to something, and we don't recognize this thing, this topic, these people, as belonging to what we know, what we like, what we appreciate, what we are used to see. Estrangement is interesting as well, because this is about the fact to get away, take a distance. And if you are a stranger, you have a cultural distance. If you estrange yourself, you are taking a distance to observe what the humankind does. So it's about alterities and individual alterities. So the question of the subject is central now, because not only we can move our point of view, and so we have to be another, we have to accept to be another, and I will talk about different others in my art practice. So what does it mean to be a cultural other, somebody with another perception, but maybe us with a different point of view? And so the artificial other is the one we create, human-made, to allow us to have a different perspective on the world. So this human-made apparatus that I will present is very often an entity with a design behavior. That means a behavior that has been designed by humans. So the big evolution of in art history of the last century is the mutation from the art as an object to the art subject. The art subject is art that can have a behavior, that can perceive its environment, that can react, that can acknowledge the presence of the spectator, and can decide to have some kind of reactive existence and action. So there, the artworks become something like individual semi-autonomous entities. And the work of behavioral design, it has become the work of the artist. The artist has to do that. And more than artificial intelligence that we consider as a new component or a new medium for human artists, we have to consider the question of artificial intentionality. You may be intelligent. If you have no intention, if you have no objective, you don't mean anything. So when an artist uses AI, for example, in an artwork, the artist has not only to design the mechanism of intelligence involved in the process, but also what is the objective, what the artwork will try to do. For example, we see a lot of things that are just, let's say, bad imitation of what a painting is, and we consider that as artificial intelligence-induced painting. But because there is no other intention that do something that looks like what we know. So I will present three proposals that question the ontology, ethology of the art subject. And so it's quite contrasted, you will see, but with the convergence, which is this question of artificial intentionality. So dialogue is the work we have done, presented for the first time in June with Refik and Adol. And it's part of the research program called Mindspaces Starts and Mindspaces Hong Kong. So the question we started from the question of the stranger, the alien, the immigrant. What does it mean to be an immigrant somewhere? What is a level of integration or level of knowledge that makes the immigrant an immigrant? And how this modify the perception of the world. So we decided to create two aliens, two immigrants that are actually two artworks, different. And so these artworks try to understand the city, try to understand the people, try to understand the language, and try to understand each other. So there are actually two aliens, the Relian and the Molayan. It's just a play of words, don't pay too much attention to that because it's Refik and Mobben, so that's Relian and Molayan. And so we started with designing something like that. That could be the different shapes. And so one is a square, one is a circle. You see, very basic, but they don't look like people. They don't look like animals we know. They don't look like everything we know. They don't speak our language. They don't know our environment. And they will learn. They learn from the experience of meeting people that come in front of them, or of discovering each other, because they also have to understand each other. So that's just a short video showing how they were in the School of Creative Media, where we exhibited during the conference in June, Art Machine 2 conference. And it was also an exhibition curated by Tobias Klein. And so this is a Molayan. Really doesn't look like even an entity. It's a particle-like thing, like some species that are at the same time an individual and a collectivity. And this is really fascinating as a conception of what society is and the relation to individual. So this thing is trying to figure out how people move in front of the screen, and then to understand the sound, and then to understand the voice, and then to understand the words. And this is the Reliant, the one designed by Refik. So you see the perception of the people in front of it is actually absorbed by the DNA and become part of the entity. So totally absurd with a cognitive process, which is a complex cognitive process, and it's quite difficult to know what it will become and how it will more and more succeed in communicating with people in front of them, or with the other, which is another challenge. So you see the silhouette in the bottom of the screen. So yeah, there is a full video, 360 video where I present the project, but I'm not gonna describe this now because I'm here. So I'm not gonna tell you to watch a video where I'm speaking. Another alienation, alterity, is two robots. After two aliens, is two robots. So how humans making art can project themselves into robots in order to understand how machine may consider the human relation. And so this is a project called PowerShares, which is a robotic art installation. So what you see is two robots playing chess, of course, which is very simple. Now, what is interesting is not only that their behavior has been designed in a way that they try to mimic maybe animal-like behavior, but it's also they are not playing normal chess. They are not playing the rule. They are using the chessboard as a sandbox to explore human conflicts. And so this is a new set of rules where they can explore what happens if you have half the number of pieces of the other, but more power for each piece, or less power. And so what happened in this case it was called class struggle, but now it's called number versus power. And there is a different set of rules like that, like gender equality or you matter, where the rules allow the robots to try to understand humans. And so
sorry, Maurice, is it a video on? Are you showing something? We have black.
Oh, you didn't get it? Okay, no, now it's black.
You will show video. Okay.
Did you see that? No. Did you see the video before?
Yes,
no, before.
Before it ran.
Okay. Black. No. Yeah, after it's black. Yeah, I should go to the next slide. So power chess is a way to not to show that robots would try to dominate the humankind, but at least try to understand, which is difficult enough for the human who don't understand why we have so many conflicts and why we make our collective life so difficult. And the third example, it's dealing with something very, and with finance. This is value of values. So it's a project that starts from the human brain, considered as an ecosystem. So I will show you I showed the video, but I will comment it, what you don't have in the show because you don't have any comment. So it's a project that started 4 years ago and officially as an NFT project 2 years ago, where we use EEG. Let me reduce the sound. We use EEG, electroencephalography, to get the brain waves in order to give a shape to human values. So human values don't have a shape, something like power, love. What is the shape of love? I have no idea. What is the shape of power, of space? All these things have no specific shape. But if you consider they exist in the human brain, then you understand that the human brain is an ecosystem where they can develop. And so you use the human brain in order to control its evolution. So it's just positive or negative feedback that will make this evolution going in one direction or the opposite. And so there is a set of 42 human values. So this is in Gwangju in Korea, and before it was in Taipei. And at the end of the process, you get a QR code, and your what you have, the 3D model you have created is pegged to the blockchain. So you can start as an NFT, you can start bartering, swapping, offering it to somebody, or selling and buying. So you can do that immediately in the show, before the end of the show if you want. And then when you give, for example, art and democracy for happiness, you are making a statement. And this is what I call transactional poetry. And this statement is generated automatically out of the transaction. So it's meaningful. Because if you give happiness to get art, or art to get happiness, purity or trust, you're actually saying what is more important for you. And so you're starting building a ranking of the values. If you give money for love, this can be interpreted. You you always need more money to find love. Something very basic like that, but there is always a level of truth that comes from the, how you consider the human values and what is your ranking of human values. And you can, of course, check for the different cities where the show has been presented, how people rank their values. But there are some other actors that will come soon. The scientists will create the periodic table of values by organizing the values according to how people collect them. And you see that some values fit better together, and individual collection can be that. And you can also give a shape the values as characters, calligraphy. And this calligraphy can be read by the reader who try to find similarities with existing characters. And out of that, this will allow the interpreter to see the relation between these words that have been recognized in order to find poetry or to find philosophy that has been written about that. The 3D model then can be used can be reified because it's not an object. It's really a 3D model. This is a point cloud. And so you can decide to make paintings, you can decide to make fashion design, and we'll have a show soon with fashion design where you claim the values. Or you can decide to make installation with inflatable installation. This is purity. Or it's made of marble, the footprint of freedom. You see, freedom is not there anymore. And democracy with a honeycomb. So you can use the 3D model to do an artwork. And this is the big reificator that convert into concrete the human abstractions. So that's the evolution, the coming evolution of the project. Oh, sorry. This is just telling me that I've done my how I stop that? Okay, this is boring. Okay, so there is also a website, of course, where you find everything. It's vov.art. So this version has it. And then you can do whatever with your 3D model. There are actually NFTs, so they can be sold, as I say, but you can also decide to create something out of them because you have the ownership of the model. And so you can decide of giving shape as a 2D image. And this is what I did with some of the tokens. And I know that you have in the exhibition is a show. Now you have some of them displayed. So this is Art 622. This is Beauty 363. This is Democracy 44. And this is Fame 572. This is Compassion 663. So the fact you make us really, the fact you make an image out of it is an interpretation of the model. And so sometimes you can figure out the relation that you can see between the shape that looks very abstract and actually how you make sense out of it. This is a cover of a recent book by Seren Johnston that is about decentralized finance. So anarchy flying over trust. Or Fame, we saw it already. This is family. This is freedom. This is friendship. This is equality. This is happiness. This is honesty. This is humor. This is intelligence. This is justice. This is power. This is knowledge. This is kindness. This is money. This is anarchy. This is sex. And this was my talk.
So thank you once more, Maurice. We will keep in touch, and you are our most experienced, I think, artist. Next one whom we are going to hear is Tomislav Labrinovic, a colleague from me, from Academy of Applied Arts, professor for new media, and he is a long-term artist in a variety of media art. He graduated in painting at the Academy of Fine Arts in Zagreb in, I wouldn't say years, it doesn't matter, we don't have for others, in the class of Professor Đuro Sedar. He completed his postgraduate studies in the fine arts at Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design in London in 2003. He works as a multimedia artist, as I said. He continuously exhibits in Croatian international galleries and museums, publishes works and texts on social platforms, very active, I can say, especially last years. Since 2007, he has been leading the project Studio Golobrdo, an art residency program and a gallery of contemporary art in Istria, in very special, phenomenal place, and whoever will be invited will enjoy his wine also and accommodation. He is also the author of the Dinner with the Artist project and recently launched series of interviews called Spiritual Revolution on Facebook, you can see as well. He largely shifts his artistic work to the field of social media very much, emphasizing the importance of relevance of the messages in real time, declaring the message a medium. So, thank you, and please, Tomislav, it's your now time.
I like this unclear presentation, so it's everything somewhere in between. In the same way, my presentation is also in between. Actually, I was adding content to it while listening to Mr. Maurice. There is an echo coming, but I will share the screen if it's possible, if I'm allowed to. So I hope you see my presentation. Can I have some feedback? Is it visible? Yes, thanks. So it's a new title, so that is kind of shifting from Fragrant from Queens that is exhibited on the show, but the show is more about an intervention on a decaying fruit, and lately I'm thinking about these two notions, about the notion of process and excess. Excess is a kind of very abrupt and temporary happening, and process something that it's really long lasting and going on. So the title is From Love to Direct Link and From Conscience to Repression. So it's kind of, I must say in advance, it's a non-conventional position, a Christian position, quite radical in relation to what you think about the notion of Christianity, but that's the understanding I came to through my whole experience as an artist, but rather I call myself now a man with an experience of an artist. So I see art as an experience, but I see this time as very demanding, so I have to act as a whole person, not only as a specialist artist. So I will just show a small video. I don't know if it's going to be echoed, but just to have an idea where I'm starting my position that I'm going to present. So it's 2017, Žižek talking about direct link. So I'm going to let this video, but I have also the transcription. So if it's going to be unaudible, we're going to repeat it. It's very short.
Who will control this? Because are we aware that if this will become a reality, this direct link between our brain and digital space, direct link, then in a way we will no longer be humans. Because to be human means to have this minimal sense of separation between me in my mind and reality out there.
So I don't know, sorry if it was clear, but he's asking who will control this, talking about direct linking human brain and the machine. And his statement is, because are we aware that if this will become reality, this direct link between our brain and digital space, direct link, then in a way we will no longer be human, because to be human means to have this minimal sense of separation between me and my mind and reality out there. So when I first time heard and listened to these words, everything I knew until then and all my artistic activity got a kind of, I don't know how to say it, illumination or a synthesis. I finally understood what's going on and what's the, let's say, ultimate goal, or where the civilization is headed to. So I made this, let's say, complicated scheme or graph, I call it graph, where I'm trying to I hope this arrow is also visible, I'm trying to explain actually what's going on. So, as I said, this is a Christian position. I know it's not very widely perceived or seen as reality, but that's how I see it. So in the beginning, the humankind, the perfect man was connected with God directly, but with love. So love was the connection, the energy that was streaming between the two entities. So having this direct connection with love also meant that God could read our thoughts, but he was respecting our free will, choice, and he gave us ethical restraint. So ethical restraint means everything is free, but not everything is useful. So not to do is a very important moment in this idea. So freedom is not more, but in this sense less. Not to do everything we can. But as we see it later in humanity, in the past, humankind did everything they could, and they are still going towards that maximum singularity of technical, let's say, progress. So now I'm just going to jump over a kind of deeper explanation, but this perfect man rebelled. So this point, this cross here in the middle, is the point of rebellion, where we left this area of good, of life, of truth, of peace, and we entered in the cognition of good and evil, because before this rebellion there was only good, and the evil was just as a threat. Let's say, believe me on the word, do not go there. So that was God's, let's say, law. This is your border, stay here, you're gonna live. So if you enter this area of evilness, you're gonna die. So the humankind, we know from the very beginning, fell into the evil. And it fell here down to the very lowest level of being and started to grow. I call it war machine. That's something that used also Virilio to describe this humanity and the war machine as the power that actually is pushing science and technology towards these levels we have today. So we know that all the mediums and all the technology we are using in our public space actually derives from military usage, and when they reject it, or when it's old, they leave it to the let's say rest of humankind. So from perfect man, now we are, if we believe what Zizek said, now we are on the edge of losing humanity. So what that means? What means losing humanity? It means direct linking to the system. So when I say system, I think about the holy ruling power, the economy, So the system that has some powers to define the society and the humankind. So this direct link, it's in black linkage, means that you are no more human, because you broke this border, this very, let's say, I think it's quite strong border that separates our brains from the real space outside. And the humankind is on the edge of direct linking the human brain with the system, the machine, AI, algorithm. And we know this experience is made by Elon Musk, but if Elon Musk is doing publicly such experiments, we can just presume that all other war machines they are in the States are doing the same. So humankind is trying to link the brain with the machine in order to, they say they do it for our well-being, to heal some diseases, but I think that the deep intention is to read the thoughts, read the mind, and actually have this direct control of human activities. So everything that goes with it is already in state, information control, loss of humanity, reset. So all these are consequences of this direct linking, the possibility to reset, to program. Now we have this, I put it here quite high, this question on Facebook that says, what's on your mind? So the system, when I say the system and Facebook, I'm linking Facebook with the system because Facebook is a source of information, source of data that is deep mind, and a huge quantity of data is retrieved for from our let's say information we are giving to the system. Free will, how we said, we are doing it free. So we think we have nothing to hide. They cannot sell us things we don't like, but we are not aware actually of the deep process is happening behind our, let's say, faces. So what's in your mind, on your mind? So it's not a friendly question. How are you? What's the weather? What's in your mind? It seems like a friendly question, but it's a question that depicts or explains what they are interested in. They are interested what's in your mind, because that can be monetized, that can be sold. That's why Facebook is free, because they are selling our thoughts, our mind. So this is the projection. It has more layers, but just to explain you what's this graph about. So we are now in this space of evil, death, lie, and war. The war machine was pushing science and technology towards this moment of direct linking. And I believe that this direct linking is not gonna happen, because there will be a manifestation of God in Armageddon, because before this loss of humanity. Because if there is loss of humanity, there is no more human activities. And one of human activities is art. So following this graph and this projection, I'm stating, okay, I'm coming later to this art problematics. So what's going on now? I don't know how I'm the time, 10 minutes, I have 10 more. Now in this crisis, we see that this process I'm describing in the graph is getting speed. It becomes active. So what's happening? We have this risky subjectivity. So personal opinion, anti-vax, anti-mask, relativization, denial, conspiracy theory, tribalism, freedom, personal rights, riots, uprisings, revolutions, humanness. So all this humanness, let's say, parts of what makes us our humans are now seen as risky subjectivity, because those people who do not, let's say, think scientifically, don't think rationally, are a threat to the system, to economy, to the health. So this risky subjectivity has to be, or is already optimized objectively. So objective optimization is happening, and that means scientific, expertly, algorithm, AI, fact-checking, scanning, content removal, censorship, information or premise control, total insight, direct connection to the security system, peace and security, technocracy, post-humanism, transhumanism. So this objective optimization, or let's say better to say technocracy, that was described by Rozak in 1969, the book The Counterculture, is above politics. So it happens parallel to politics. So the politics, the right and the left, they are the way to deal with economics. And this technocracy is just rising and taking over because we have the capacity to do it. So what I'm stating is that the decline of conscience that is related to this risky subjectivity, the decline of conscience is proportional to the growth of repression. So less conscience, more repression. And that's happening now in Australia, in Slovenia, in Germany, in America. People have their personal opinion, they're fighting for freedoms, and the repression is taking over because the system has the alibi, because the virus is real, the threat is real, and they have the reason to instill repression. So compulsion to comply with the laws and rules established by the system to preserve status quo. Digital precision and AI enable this type of total control. So we have the capacity to do it. The Chinese government did it already very effectively. So speed, real-time processing, capacity, memory. So and other AI characteristics. So I'm jumping to another topic. Surveillance capitalism, addiction capitalism are two notions that are very common. It's working, it's there. So AI is weaponized, so misused, made into or to serve as a weapon. So you have deep scanning of our mindset, worldviews, desires, anticipation, information desires, information control, dopamine addiction. So these are all things that are happening. It's written about it, people are talking about it. So it's not something that I'm inventing. It's there, maybe even more than I think. So what's the connection with art? The clash with the system. So this kind of system who is online, who is in the cloud, who is spiritual, I would say, unmaterial, it's not more physical. So we are not more, the artists cannot anymore fight the system with revolution, with performance, with activism, with some kind of physical conflict, because the system is bypassing the body and is attacking the spirit by anticipating the information, by changing the premises. Because if art is a conclusion, a critical view on things that are happening in the world, then this view cannot be true and right anymore, because we don't have right or true premises that are altered by algorithm, by AI. When I say AI, I don't think about AI as a self-conscious, how we say, the entity, but as a weaponized human intention. So all these things are happening, and in art, me as a teacher, I'm very strongly in contact with the algorithmic populism, with kitsch, and students that come to the academy are mostly learned or taught, or they grew up on this algorithmic populism. So my main teaching topic is actually to make a shift, to shock them, to tell them that there is more than just this algorithmic populism. So the new generations are farther, or they are not in contact with real informations, and this process happens in all other disciplines. So I would say that it's not about the media anymore or form, it's about content, information. In the end, it's about the word, message is the media. That's why Inge said in this anticipation of my talk that I'm into Facebook, I'm into social media, because I see it as a possibility as a stream where I can implant or kind of send my subversive message, because it's still two-way communication. So the system has this knot and it's scanning all what's happening, but it has left the streaming open. So I can also use it to come to those minds. So this is, let's say, one example of algorithmic populism, art painting, images, millions of kitsch. So if you're searching for real content, okay, there is a Gustav Klimt and maybe some Van Gogh here, and you can find some connections with some, let's say, good artists, but mostly 99% and millions of it. So you can go further and further, and you will encounter this populism. So this is a kind of statistics of what people like. Sculpture, drawing, you can go further. So I have a few more minutes, or I hope, yes, until 67. So there is a text about this death of the audience. I'm saying that there is no audience nor artist anymore, because we are all in the media. So we are performing. We are the news. So we are not somebody who is looking passively from outside what's happening, let's say, in Africa. People are dying in Africa. Now we are with this virus. We are online. We are in the media. We are the news. So everybody's performing and everybody's responsible for his words. So it means that there is no artist or audience in that sense anymore, but we are all equal. Life is finally, art is life, and life becomes very dense, and art is only one part of something that should be thought of. This is how this work was looking in this installation. So there was a parabolic speaker with a chair, and there was a Croatian radio speaker reading the text in a very official way. This is final, let's say, just a graph that shows how we see the history and future. There is a big past, and we are now still in the past, but in the present, we are coming to this point. We call it singularity. I call it Armageddon. And then from this point on starts the future that has no limits, and the thing is gonna start to grow. That's my wish, my hope, my fate, let's say, that the things are gonna happen like this, that this point is not going to be the end of the past. And this is how it looked in an installation in Ireland. It was a kind of public art in combination with Dictatorship of Love. Also another project, the Dictatorship of Love, something that seems to be paradoxical, but I think it's not. And this is the last work I made a few days ago, where I'm spraying, using a very old media, a spray that was given by Mladen Stilinovic, a Croatian artist. I still have it. So I just wrote process and excess, and I kind of crossed, how you said, made the line over excess, just to say that we are in a process, and this cannot be solved just by going on street and getting rid of the consequences, because we have to deal with the source of the problem. So this is my short presentation. I hope it was short. And if you have any question, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Tomislav. You just issued a question. After the first section, we will have a talk. So we will have some time for that. So all questions and answers, please keep our line. And thank you very much from your private spaceship. I always like that. It's pity that it's not a real one, but one day maybe. So, next our speaker is Hrvoje Hiršl with his talk, I think, Limit of Representation. Hirvoje is Croatian artist that I know since many years and working, first my opinion, working with different sound artists, composers at the moment with scientists. He will talk more about that. He is artist, researcher, designer. His art projects are the crossing contemporary and art media art discourse. He is interested in revealing hidden structures or principles, developing strategies in making them visible. His main theme are limitations of the medium, automation, complex systems, and the cybernetics. His works encompasses sound installation, video installation, interactive installations, prints, etc. In 2012, nominated for Radoslav Putar, prestigious Croatian award as the best artist of under 35. Recently, of the Crossing Parallels work at Delft, 2021, Bildraum Studio 21 Vienna, and so on. I wouldn't do all this, what he did already for many years. Maybe he can say something about that. So anyway, he was also in Biennale London and many places. So Hirvoje, please come with us, and your installation, I hope it will be possible to show also on photos, because it's hidden, as you said, you're having a lot of hidden things, the exhibition, but it's more visible and hearable when you're in the exhibition. Maybe I can just get the remote. Yes, you can have a remote and then Thank you, so please.
Thank you for this introduction. I'll be presenting several of my projects that developed from a text called The Limited Representation that started 2.5 years ago with my collaboration with Dr. Neven Šantić while he was at Max Planck Institute in Garching. This text is available on my website, and I also forwarded the link. Maybe it can be posted in the Zoom chat. So I have a certain presentation that I did for VHV in the beginning of this year. So I will not really be focusing on that, but more on the projects. Yeah, just a moment. Can I manually do it, or? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you can check. Thanks. So, as a consequence of this collaboration, I developed a text, and these are some of the basic parts of it. I think this quote really kind of outlines the basic idea. This question of how we are trying to represent reality and this impossibility of really showing it as it is. So by each new insight and each new idea that we have, we are always kind of using a certain analogy that shows the new through the prism of the past. Where should I point this? Yeah. Not really. Wait. Ovo naprijed, nazad ili? Radi, aha, ali okreni onda laptop samo. Aha. Okay, sorry. So one of the things here that I found really important is that through the development of the light installation called Collapse, I kind of realized what the act of seeing actually is, that it's actually an interaction, that through seeing we're actually touching the reality, and by doing that we are changing it. Yeah, this doesn't really work. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay. So there are several quotes here from the text, and And yeah, I mean, I kind of really already said it. I mean, this is kind of annoying because nema smisla da svaki put najavljujem. No. Ok, ali taj tempo onda mi je malo čudan. No. Okay.
Sorry, bad batteries.
Okay, yeah, the screen is there, so I'm trying to see what I'm talking about. So here you can see a presentation of my drawings. I think the whole flow of the project was quite interesting for me. The first point was the text, and then afterwards I started drawing again. I had a long break from this part of my practice. I was like really intensively doing paintings and drawings while I was really young, between 15 and 20 years old. And then I didn't really see the whole point of what I want to do with that. And I really understood myself as a conceptual artist, and I still see that as my main practice. And the drawings that I developed were actually a part of this conceptual idea of trying to really use all of the possible mediums to outline the whole subject in the most detailed possible way, because as I said, the whole problem is that we are trying to represent something that's beyond the visual, beyond the textual, beyond the representation in general. So we really have to put an effort into finding a way how to position it in the most precise way. These pictures are from the beginning of this year, while I was doing a Bildram residency in Vienna. And I really noticed through my research that my early drawings had a lot of similarities between scientific representations that I've seen during my stay at Max Planck. And you can see here the table of where I presented the initial drawings that started the whole process, and then larger scale visuals that I developed during my stay in Bildram. You can just flip over it, otherwise I would just press the button. Yeah. So you can see here that the similarities that you can see, and they are not really intentional, they're just spontaneous things that emerge from my interaction with the surface, resemble Lorentz equation, Brownian motion, particle, the diffraction, many things that we see actually in physics experiments. I was using different mediums here, ink, oil stick, graphite, everything that was really available to me, and all of them have been created in a very direct way, as an impulse, as transferring my kind of spontaneous energy onto the surface of this paper. So what I really find here interesting is that while I was talking about quantum simulations at Max Planck, and that is basically the main thing that they are doing there. It's that they're trying to figure out the interactions between atoms and what kind of forces develop there. And in the near future, when quantum computers will be more powerful, they will be able to simulate that. It's similar to the situation that was during 50s and 60s, while you had air chambers to test out aerodynamics, but nowadays you can do that on a digital computer. You can still do that in quantum computer, but in a way, the complexities that you just seen in my drawings were representation of these complexities that would never be able to be done with a digital computer. Maybe at some point, and I'm really curious about that, to extend my research and try to represent these visualizations on a quantum computer and what are possibilities, and comparing them together side by side. So this was the final project that we developed. It's based on the double-slit experiment. The experiment by itself is really crucial and really intriguing because it kind of shows that the nature of reality, how we see it around us, it doesn't really behave on different scales. And I wanted to kind of connect the human scale to the quantum scale to show these characteristics of light and how it behaves in a really unpredictable way. If we are measuring photons passing through two tiny slits, we get just two lines, which are the logical consequence of what we expect that we get if we have two strong light sources going through and projecting onto the wall. But actually, if we are not measuring the position of the photons, we just get several lines that manifest this interference, and it could be explained in a way that you have two drops of water falling on a surface, water surface, and the ripples in the water, and the connections between ripples are actually the lines that you see in this projection. So you could kind of compare it to billions of light drops falling on a surface of the wall. This is a photo from this current setup at Glowing Globe. You could see really a detailed phenomenon that you get in this projection, and it's really something that normally you don't expect from light laser installation. Lasers are normally in art used for something spectacular, for something that it's kind of a boom and explosion, something that is trying to do its maximum. But in this case, I try to use it in a subtle way to really show the particularities of this light quality. You can see the insides of the whole setup here, powerful light sources, and in the end, double slit that filters out most of the light, and how it really kind of looks. It's a scientific device in the same time because it manifests this experiment, but it would never be otherwise done if there would be no requirement besides this art piece. So we managed to scale up the whole experiment to a scale that was never before done. The final work that I will be presenting is something that I'm doing at the moment at Crossing Parallels Residency in Delft, and it's collaboration between Technical University in Delft, Faculty of Electronics and Engineering in Zagreb, and they are developing the software. And right now I'm in search for an institution that will build the porcelain shell around these robots. So what we are developing here is a flock of porcelain robot spheres that are moving through the space in a very subtle way, very meditative, and I'm really interested in developing interaction with the audience to kind of outline these invisible structures that surround us, and we are part of them, but we are not actually aware. There are certain forces that kind of predefine our behavior and interaction that we just don't see because we function on a different scale. Yeah, you can see the simulation. It's 24 spheres that in the final work will be presented in the space, and they will be, you can maybe show another clip, like complex behavior here manifests through three simple rules of flocking. It's alignment, cohesion, and separation. And there is no conscious driving force of this organization. The whole organization and complexity develops from a very simple behavior. Next. And this is the inside of the robot. And next clip, yeah. before, and you can see how the insides of it look. So what I really want to do here is like highly technological setup that will be not really visible to the final audience. It's just going to be a set of devices that resemble sculpture that's been disassembling and aligning, self-organizing constantly. And all of the behaviors that are going to be visible will not be really pre-programmed, but spontaneous and happening in that exact moment. So this is kind of the outline of what I'm working right now. I mean, there are several other stuff, but these are the ones that have really concrete results at the moment.
Thank you very much, Hrvoje. It's incredibly interesting, and if you don't hear such talks, sometimes we are not aware what artists are, what is behind the work. But it was always so. I think it doesn't change much, just that we didn't think how painter was using technique, and now what artist is doing complex. And today we need really working together with others. Very few media artists do everything on their own. And this is a very exciting time. So our next presenter is Erkki Huhtamo, The Automated Eye, Reflections of Post-Human Vision in Art and Culture, from Finland, but living since many years in LA, being a professor of design, media, arts, and film, television, digital media at University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. He is founding figure of media ecology. He has also written broadly media arts, as well as curated exhibitions. Huhtamo's new book, How to Disseminate a Fairy Engine, Media Archaeology as Topos Study, is forthcoming. He's writing many books, and he's really a real theorist on, or historians on media art. Media art archaeology started somehow with him and maybe a couple of others, but since then you can follow really what happened since very old time till today. Very exciting to see his presentations. He is now in LA, which is more than 2 at night, and he was so nice to prepare his video. And when I saw it, I told him, answered him, it looks like you're on Zoom, just that you can immediately talk to you. He has a lecture next morning, and 3 in the morning, it's really hot. So we will watch his video. It's almost 20 minutes long, but forget the time because it's really interesting. So thank you.
Hello, participants of the Glowing Globe Artificial Art Symposium. This is Professor Erkki Huhtamo from Los Angeles speaking. My lecture will be recorded because of the time difference. So let's begin right away. Today, I will be talking about automated eye reflections on post-human vision in art and culture. And I would like to begin by talking a little bit about the picture you see on the opening screen, which comes from a series of photomontages by the great San Francisco-based media artist Lynn Hirschman. This series called Phantom Limbs was made in the 1980s, and it featured human, so female figures with technological, which I call gadget heads, often media devices. This series was happening perfectly in sync with the beginnings of the so-called post-human discourse, much influenced by Donna Haraway's Manifesto for the Cyborgs, first released in 1985. So in this manifesto, which was kind of like a call for new kind of a feminist technological thinking, so Haraway wrote, "Being human is now passé. The body is the ultimate source of salvation, the only resource of one's redemption. The body as a design object, the body as a technology of the post-subject. Accordingly, a body modification by means of technoscience is the key to the perfectibility of the post-human being." This was, of course, a very complex text in many ways, where Haraway wasn't talking about cyborgs in a traditional sense, but basically proposing erasing multiple boundaries between humans and technology, humans, animals, and nature. It was not a traditional academic paper either, but a kind of an ironic myth for liberation in a post-modern spirit. Haraway thought that the post-human would be a certain kind of a creature which was partly real, but mainly only coming. But some ironic critics like Suhail Malik in Mute magazine actually pointed out that maybe the post-human, in that sense, the kind of Harawayan cyborg was already in existence, and pointed, for example, to the body modifications practiced by Michael Jackson. And certainly there have been others, including the artist, experimenter Steve Mann and his long series of life logging devices, which he has used to sort of like augment his everyday life. Or we could talk about transhuman existence and mention the self-described cyborg Neil Harbison, who has had an antenna implanted into his skull, which he claims allows him to hear colors. So these steps in the so-called advent of the post-human are highly interesting. Now, the post-human is normally understood to be a person or entity that exists in a state beyond being human. It is not quite clear what that means. But we could say maybe that the state can be partial, such as the cyborg, which is of course partly organic, partly animal, and partly technological. Or maybe it could be total, where the human would be replaced rather than just extended, as Marshall McLuhan suggested, by technology. So maybe artificial intelligence could become a substitute of the human mind rather than just an assistant or addition like Apple's Siri. Perhaps it could develop into an alien mind with an entirely different mode of reasoning and logic from the human. Or perhaps the alien mind could dispose of the human being as useless and obsolete. This is, of course, a commonplace science fiction cliche, but to what extent could it come true? Maybe it is worth asking. I have often been playing with what I call the human cyborg post-human scaling tool, where I deal on the left with the traditional human subject of humanism, in the middle cyborg, and on the right the partly hypothetical post-human. So asking how these three entities may be related. Is it like the arrow on the left indicates a kind of a progression, or could it be somehow like a to and fro, sort of like backwards and forwards motion that basically asks questions about different types of identities? A very interesting element to think about these things are the smart speakers and intelligent assistants that became a fashion some years ago. So the idea that everyday conversations with non-human agents from these devices seem to be becoming a kind of a new normal. So are these people who use these devices already? Amazon is one of the companies that would like this to happen. So have this Echo and its Alexa smart assistant basically in every home. There are very interesting debates and discussions and pieces of information that you can find. For example, the cases where the people have been scared by this device suddenly starting to laugh, seemingly without any reason, like a reaction to something happening in the home, which has been considered quite spooky. And also there are cases about people talking to these devices or even yelling at them, as in this very interesting article in the Wired magazine, where a person mentioned, "I love to scream at robots, at my robot Alexa in particular. She lives in the Amazon Echo in my kitchen. I call her terrible names when she plays the wrong Pandora station." So it looks like these are tokens of what we could call a post-human lifestyle. And they are, of course, based on what's called Internet of Things, which means the spreading of digital devices to all kinds of elements that are increasingly part of the everyday environment. And obviously, advertising and commercial interests play a central role in such systems. But I think that the most interesting example that I can think about is the self-driving car, about which I have been writing recently, or some people say the robot car. So here the point is that actually that the self-driving car can be perhaps considered a new kind of chapter in human history. It is not fully realized, but it's definitely already a working technology. So a device that drives by itself, carrying people. And this is actually very different from the automobile in the original sense, which was very much an extension of the human driver, who was always in control. And this was all very logically linked with the use of horse and buggy as a means of transportation. A good example of this is a diagram for the early Ford T model, which shows all the kind of control devices that were all necessary to master for the driver. So with the self-driving car, we can say that we come to a device which is at the same time a transportation vehicle, a media machine in motion, and a multi-sentient machinic observer, a post-human subject of a transformed media culture. This device has been compared, interestingly, of course, with the traditional situation, like in this slide, where we see the description between self-driving car and human-driven car. So the human eyes, brain, and hands have been replaced by autonomously operating camera, lidar, radar for perception, computer for computing, and control electronics for control. And obviously everything happens within the Internet of Things, which is the network environment where the control and the guiding of the self-driving car happens. But it's interesting that the discourses on the self-driving car very often promote a return to the human, who is paradoxically encapsulated in technology. This is a promotional picture for the Mercedes concept vehicle from 2015, which doesn't show that these people have too much to say to each other. So they are looking at the screen that is supposedly embedded in the side doors. And as we can see, one of the person is also holding one's personal screen from the smartphone in the hand. So the question that this situation where the people are no longer forced to drive, concentrate on the driving, but are sort of like inside in a self-moving capsule would lead to some kind of new forms of social communication or return to traditional humanistic behavior is a good question. Is it just promotional make-believe or a real possibility? This has been very strongly promoted by Waymo, which is actually experimental taxi, self-driving taxi service in Phoenix, Arizona. This is actually the former Google self-driving car project, now turned into a commercial product. In the Waymo advertising, so since about 3 years now, the idea of the family togetherness is very much emphasized. I selected just a couple of pictures which try to show that if the robot taxi or a taxi without the driver, without any human on board, so kind of like really the ultimate sort of like post-human subject, is called by the smartphone app to pick up the family. So the family wouldn't be losing anything, but would be actually enjoying this experience. I also took this from Waymo promotional video, which shows the human hello from a post-human capsule. So humans basically, like in a way, re-experiencing the traditional humanist values of togetherness provided by something which in some sense it's absolutely the opposite. So a kind of a system where the human control and human element has been eliminated and relegated to technological devices. So I think that it is really interesting to note how companies whose business is based on the use of post-human technology keep evoking the human in the traditional humanistic sense. So centering the individual and emphasizing social values based on family togetherness and proxemic friendship relations. And as I already noted before, I think it is important to ask, is this real or just a form of make-believe, commercial make-believe? Can there be a return to a technological society based on humanism and the centering of the human? So in the traditional centuries and millennia long way that I guess in some sense has been threatened by the post-human era. Or could we say that the technological extensions could actually serve such goals? Finally, I think that we all need to ask what will happen when the world will recover, if it will recover from the current COVID-19 crisis. This crisis has emphasized the role of technological extensions like the smartphone as a survival tool. So we need to ask, how will their impact be related to the human post-human debates? So will the COVID-19 experience ultimately make us more post-human, or will it facilitate a return to the humanistic ideals of the human, perhaps on some new level? I think that there are many interesting examples we should be thinking about in this context. And I don't think that these answers, these questions have any clear-cut answers right at the moment, because we are still part of the phenomenon itself. But we can glimpse some possible answers maybe that have emerged during the global crisis. I personally was very interested in the so-called balcony singing sort of like mania that was happening, started in Italy in 2020, and was widely spread and advertised in the media. So the idea that the Italians in some cities who had been basically locked into their homes came to their balconies, started playing music, talking to each other, and singing together. So basically, these people who were used to spending a lot of time in traditional social places like market squares or bars were taken away that possibility. So they, in a way, reconstructed that space virtually between their balconies and between their apartments. But at the same time, we also know that this was really happening partly because of smartphones and social media. So basically the Internet of Things and the certain kind of connectivity that linked these people. So the connections were not happening simply face to face or by voice or by the proximity of the balconies, but it was happening because people were sending messages, timings, asking people to come to their balconies through the media. So we do see an issue where elements of different types of existence seem to be coming together. So we have to ask once again, was it a sign of the human spirit kind of refusing to succumb to the post-human, or a new synthesis in the making? And I think that there is no absolute clear answers, but there are reasons to talk about these things. So this is my brief presentation. It doesn't give you many answers, but it hopefully gives you some interesting questions to think about. So with this, good luck for the rest of the conference, and bye from Los Angeles.
Our next participants are Dina Karadzic and Vedran Gligo. They're obviously not in the room, but also online already in Zagreb. They are also participants of the exhibition, having extremely interesting project, and they will talk about that better, because I definitely wouldn't explain correctly. It's something also for us very new. I only can say they are working, between others, under name Format C. Is a non-profit organization based in Zagreb. The focus of the organization is in the field of new media art, experiment, and non-profit collaborative cultural creation. Some of the topics of activities initiated or engaged in the organizations are data betting, multimedia and hypermedia art, digital ecology, and large-scale artistic collaborations, conceptualization, initiation, technical performance, and media mediation of culture collaborations and or productions, free education, and promotion of free knowledge. What I know about them is they're really incredibly active, and you never can trace where they are now. That's why they couldn't stay after the exhibition and had to go to Zagreb preparing their own manifestation. So Dina and Vedran, I didn't wrote your CV because it would be maybe too long, but you can say something about each other if you prefer. But I think the most important is that you tell us the story. Thank you.
Yes, hi, and thank you, Inge, for this introduction. First of all, I have to ask, can everybody see my desktop and such? Zoom didn't fail us. Okay, cool. Hello, my name is Vedran Gligo, and like Dina said, I work alongside Dina Karadzic in the Format C art organization in Zagreb. So most of our, so this project that we are presenting today kind of goes through a lot of what we do. So basically what this is Pavilion, and if you are reading this text in my presentation, you can maybe figure out that it's related to the server infrastructure. What we're doing is using super low cost hardware called the Raspberry Pi. I mean, it's pretty famous nowadays. You've probably heard about it. So it's a small computer that you can use to do everything that a large computer can do. So what we made it do, and what we're making it do with our project is host online galleries, but not online, and not on the usual internet infrastructure. So what we're doing is leveraging the technology of Tor, or the darknet, how it's called by the media. The darknet is basically Tor. Tor is basically one of many internet protocols which can be used to host stuff, so access stuff on the internet. Why we use it? So we don't use it just to sound cool, even though that's a pretty good like byproduct of using it. We use it because what Tor allows you to do is actually host websites that are accessible from the outside on any connection. So your ISP usually doesn't let you do this. So if you wanted to host anything, like host a website or whatever else from your home, your ISP will not let you do this. You would have to call them, write them an email, explain to them exactly why you want to do this. So it's a hassle. And since we want to be able to host art from any available infrastructure, we made this set of software to make this easily accessible to anybody who wants to use it. So it's not just about darknet. Like, that's how it started, because we physically needed to put a website inside the gallery space, and obviously we wanted to circumvent like buying a domain, paying for hosting and all this stuff. Not because it's a big expense. I mean, it's relatively cheap. But why would you want? I mean, we don't really need this. So as artists, we just want to present our work and not go through this huge infrastructure that's kind of pushed upon you. So you have to buy a domain from a company. You have to use some company servers that are somewhere in. I mean, you don't even know where they are. So, and this is, I mean, if you're doing art on the internet, like we are, this is like your only means of production, and also of distribution of your work. So yeah, so that's why we started this project. The goal of this project is not just to have this handy little computer that we can use in our works, like we do, as you will see later, but also so part of our work is also teaching teaching other artists how to do this, because like we've realized through years and years of working with other people, we've realized that not a lot of artists who use proprietary software like Photoshop or any other Adobe stuff, and then distribute their works through social media and I mean the rest of the internet. So a lot of them aren't very aware on how this infrastructure works. So if you show them like how to set up a server, it's not, I mean, it looks like science fiction, but it's not so complicated. So like anybody can learn it in a couple of hours and be able to set up their own server and run their own service and have a and have a system that's totally under their control, so not facilitated by any other entity. So yeah, in order to do this, we've of course used the open source software or FLOSS or free Libre open source software. That means that everything we do is available on GitLab via our website, which is pavilion.net. Everything is super documented, and I hope that anybody can go through it and try and figure it out. Of course, we're also open to questions. I mean, just like any other open source project, you can post questions there. We will try and solve any bugs that you might have, and everything else. So yeah, in order to run it, you will need like a Raspberry Pi computer, which costs, like, everything costs a bit less than €100. So everything you see here. So you have the computer, the SD card. So the Wi-Fi adapter you don't really need, because this is just for an older. For some older hardware. The battery is also optional. I mean, it's very modular. You will need the battery if you want to carry it around in your backpack, or if you want to put it on a bus, like we did, and host an exhibition from public Wi-Fi that's available. You will probably need the battery. And I mean, so it's very low cost. So this is like a one-time payment, and you can then host whatever you're doing from there. Of course, there are some some downsides to this, as it will be slower than your usual internet, of course, because it's on your home connection and it's going through Tor, and also it will be the domain you get will not be as handy as the one that you buy. So Tor just generates domain, and you get like a very long domain, but people generally click on domains and not write them in the browser. So that's fine. Using the Tor and hosting stuff via the internet, it's not the only thing that this project does. The other thing that it does, and that we actually use more lately, is it being able to host a local Wi-Fi exhibition. So what it does is, I mean, that's super simple. You only need to connect to it with your phone, and then it kind of piggybacks onto this mechanism of captive portals. That's like you get in hotels or in public transport. When you connect with your phone, you get this pop-up saying that you need to log in. So what we did is instead of this corporate mechanism that forces you to get into somewhere, like to identify yourself in order to use the internet, we make you go through art, but you don't get internet like in the end. So you only get to see art, and yeah, this is what we're doing now. We're also using sculptures which are 3D printed in order to present these server sculptures. Dina will tell you a bit more about that now, so I will give her the floor. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi. So hello. I hope you can also see my screen and hear me well. My name is Dina Karadzic. I'm a multimedia artist.
Sorry, can you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah. Okay, so is this getting better? Yeah, is this better now? A bit better. Okay. So my name is Dina Karadzic. I'm a multimedia artist, and most of my work is collaborative work among other projects. Most of them are done in collaboration with Vedran, because we recognize the situation for Vedran coming out of this creative coding, hacking, and hacktivist position, and for myself coming out of an visual artist sculptor's position. We realized there's a lot of situation for multimedia and hyper, not just recently, but recently mostly, has become really commercialized and really super corporate. So as Vedran mentioned, at one point I realized if I want to host my work online, if you really want to do hypermedia work as an artist, you probably, most of art education doesn't really provide you the technological know-how, how to release from this mechanism of being a part of a corporate internet. So what we actually wanted to create is a situation and a project, and maybe I can even call it a paradigm, where the artist can really be a kind of a self-sustainable hypermedia agent, where you don't really need mediation from corporations to be able to share your work. So yeah, we had some ideas, and of course we had a situation where we were able to develop this in a technological way that Vedran previously mentioned, which is super important, because it wouldn't really work. Like, we couldn't do anything without the project. And the main idea was to build a workflow that's open, that's inclusive, that we can use, but also everybody else can use. And this is why, and of course, also because this is how we work usually, this is why the project is open. For visual art, this is somehow a more radical approach, that you open everything that you do, that you allow the reproduction of your years of your work to other people. But yeah, as Vedran mentioned, we realized and indicated that there is maybe a need for this in the artist community, because otherwise we would all be stuck in blogs and social media, and not being able to create art, which is really it's really web and network based, and really free, and you are free to do it and create it and share it. And as you most will remember, a lot of community places on the internet is being censored more and more over time, and this is really becoming a problem for artists, because censorship is not anymore, it's not human, like it's not humanly checked up and but algorithms are mostly agents of censorship. And if you're an artist who does something that the algorithm would recognize as something inappropriate for the corporate interest of the platform, your work will be censored. And of course, I don't even have to mention what this does for activism and for more radical art approaches. Yeah, you are technically not able to have this in the corporate internet. So Vedran mentioned a lot of keywords in the beginning of the lecture. I'll just fly through them. It's important that you know that we give the references on our website in this presentation, which is accessible to all. So if you are more interested in the technical aspect, you can research through this presentation. So what we mentioned was free software, Raspberry Pi, which is hardware, OS, Raspbian or Raspberry Pi OS, which is the operating system that's modified to host our project. The darknet is the mechanism. It's an infrastructure that lays on the physical infrastructure of the internet. So we're basically squatting the the existing infrastructure and everything that pre-exists. Then Tor protocol and the browser, that's always recommendable to use if you're doing any activist work, servers that we are creating with our project. And then this is a bit more about the operating system, how it works and installs, how do you work with it. And then, yeah, Vedran also mentioned there's a, like if you want a custom domain, the technology is changing, and a lot of aspects of the Tor project, of the how the darknet behaves, is really oriented towards security. So it's really the most secure environment that you could be in when online. So some aspects of it that are not really user-friendly are basically there because they are more secure for you. So by design, the Tor protocol is really taking care of your privacy and anonymity if you care about these, and this is why it's a bit slower, why stuff are longer, but this is a compromise that really it needs to be made if you want a safe environment. So put a bit of references about how images behave on the internet, how video behaves on the internet, because this is also, it is a hypermedia operating system and hypermedia art project, but also what you put in hypermedia is mostly multimedia. So we take care about this. And also we would discuss in the workshops, for example, or when we have a bit more time, the ethical challenges of compression. So what does compression, why is compression good, when is it counterproductive and similar? And also about licensing, where a lot of digital art has a bit more freedom than traditional art, which is, of course, it's not really so easily reproducible. So once you could, it would be much harder to easily reproduce a sculpture than it's easy to reproduce a digital object. But then you're also, free to kind of decide how you want this object to be reused, which is a big part of the digital system, and archiving work. And I'll just fly through a few examples of exhibitions. So this is a residency where we actually figured out that we need pavilion, we need something like this. So it started in 2015. Then we applied to Schlosspost web residencies, and we actually, our project was selected as one of the first 3 projects in Academy Schloss Solitude's web residencies project, which is a huge thing. And it was on the topic of decentralization of internet art. So there was a kind of a synchronicity between the institutional world and art and our actual need as artists. So Vedran also mentioned we hosted one exhibition on the bus Wi-Fi. So we had a Raspberry Pi, a battery, and we entered the bus Wi-Fi password in the Raspberry Pi, and you could see our exhibition from the darknet from anywhere in the world, and it was hosted on a bus which was traveling between Osijek and Zagreb. So it allows a lot of freedom, in terms of installing it or distributing it. And then we participated in some experiments, some performances, some installations in physical space. Here we had an open repo. So the work that you see on the screen, it's not ours. We don't know whose it is. So the work was basically setting up an anonymous open repo inside of a museum and checking, like, how do we curate? This was our question. Like, what was the limits of censorship in curation, in group exhibition, and in inclusivity? So then we started using Pavilion for more projects, and with every every iteration, there was some kind of a network present. So either you could join physically, locally via Wi-Fi, or you could join via darknet. So it's not anymore that we're just developing the open source software, but we're developing models and proposals on how to install network or web-based art in different situations, different communities, more physical aspects of presentation, and yeah. Sorry. That's my timer. So yeah, as Vedra mentioned, we are also doing a lot of knowledge distribution and group exhibitions. So one of these was, for example, in Čakovec, and we had an enormously great time, and we installed, the exhibition is the wires hanging from the ceiling. So we basically wanted to materialize the network connections between them to have people like understand more easily what's going on there. And this is somehow how the work is installed in the Glowing Globe exhibition right now. I mean, with the absence of network wires, but and then we're also thinking how to present this, how to go less in a less consumer way. So we developed a series of sculptures, and these you can also take from our website, and they're licensed with Creative Commons licenses. So if you need a 3D case for your Raspberry Pi to have a sculpture situation there, you can download it and print it yourself. Then we started when COVID started, but we already started this earlier. But when COVID came, we realized this is a great situation. I mean, great situation. This is an appropriate situation that we dislocate from the physical space and from the need to present the object as a physical object. So we present the project just as a Wi-Fi, and this is how it was installed in Korčula, then in in Palach and Buksa Club, and Prozori Gallery Zagreb. Yeah, and we have a bit more projects where a few more projects where we're trying to instigate, like to research and to catalyze, to offer different models of work. So we're developing a solar version of Pavilion. Yeah, and collaborations, so long-term collaborations where different organizations can have their own pavilion galleries as Wi-Fi, permanent Wi-Fi installs or darknet installs. And yeah, we also researched a bit more about similar projects. And I would basically stop there. I think I hit the time limit, and I would just go scroll fast through the thank yous. I'm not going to mention everybody because it would be a long, long list. So these are some of the artists that have participated in our process of developing the project. And I would like to thank everybody who offered their trust and their work and their communities to share this work and the idea that the internet can be a free space for us and especially for artists.
Ana Maria Podrebarac, The Sensuality of Data, Performance Practice of Embodiment as the Lived Experience of Code. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I have only a couple of words, and she will introduce her work. An interdisciplinary artist doing PhD in art and creative computing at the Centre St. Martin's in London, very famous school. Her focus is research in sensation experience with code. It's aliveness and loop and representation that shape the senses of us. Ana Maria is also, we are very proud that she is taking part in such a prominent university, and she is also from Croatia, and I think she can tell us more about her work. So once more, I apologize, Anna Maria. We wouldn't miss you later anyway. So please, you have your word.
Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful introduction. I'll try to be short. So yes, my current research that I'm doing PhD in is the sensuality of data, or how it is to live as an algorithm. I'm using a very different methodology from let's say like all the contemporary artists working with data, artificial intelligence. So I'm going from the perspective of using a different approach, coming from performative practices, and yeah, I'm gonna share the screen now with you. So yeah, this is the whole let's say headline of my PhD. Whilst I was preparing actually for this presentation, I definitely came to a conclusion that this is maybe in a way too long. So I want to start with my favorite object, or a thing that I use an example to describe my practice and data that I work with. So an apple. It would be much better if we could have like a physical apple in front of us. It would be so much. I think it would be more fun in a way of just interacting. So you know, apple is a thing, right? Just a thing, and things arise out of information or bits. So why I like to use apple, because apple has been long associated with information. So we know from the Bible, even though it's never specified that it was an apple, but it's also known as a fruit of knowledge, like whose mortal bite brought death into the world. So it is a thing in that context that conveys information about good and evil. It is also a fruit that Newton traced universal laws of gravitation, and also in physics, the curved surface of the apple is always a metaphor for Einstein's curved space-time. What is also interesting, the whole genetic code locked in the seeds of an apple programs the structure of future apple trees. And it also contains free energy that we consume, so our body would function. So there is a constant interaction with our physical bodies, with this immediate environment, and there is a constant exchange of information. So what I'm trying to describe here are binaries. Everything revolves around binaries in our world, and it is distinguishable in this. They're distinguishable in two states, like 0 and 1, the most popular one because of the usage of computer, heads, tails. So in a bit, bit means binary digit, and by these two distinguishable states is how most, like all of our machines, they're all functioning with these two states, which is important to know. And recently, because of the usage of quantum computing, this is no longer going to be the logic of how our systems function. But yet to this day, and now this is the operational logic that they use. So I wanna from how, so now we know I explain how the information circles. So I'm gonna just jump front to what is an algorithm. I think you all understand what algorithm is. It's just a set of instructions. It's like a recipe that you follow. So what is important? Like we feed when we feed data into a machine, algorithm processes the data. In the past, algorithms were very simple. They were just run on if and then logic. So if a certain conditions are met, program runs. So again, everything revolves about binaries. So what is it's a very, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show soon how I'm using this logic of algorithm and logic of binaries to perform. So this is one of the most recent performances that I did. This was in London in the Kortil Gallery. It was a durational performance. Unfortunately, I was only given 2 hours of performing, but it was it was a very simple use. I had a stack of papers, as you can see on the table, and I was writing one word over and over again. It was a mean of repetition. The whole performance was about repeating an action over and over again. And what was interesting, after a while, when you're, I don't know if you know, but if you're repeating the same action, your body starts to get into the state of like it becomes automatic action. But there is a distinction now between the mind and the body and how it reacts. So after a while, as I was writing one word, the word started to change. And after 2 hours of performing, writing the same word, the word was completely different. So in a way, that those papers that were falling on the floor, in the end, that was the work itself, and not only the performance. But this is basically how I try to embody the algorithms and repetition of the algorithms, because of the rhythm, there is a rhythm behind how algorithms operate, and they create certain level of sensation. So I wanted to say, I mentioned how algorithms were pretty simple back in the days. Today they're more complex. So what you see in front of you, it's what I work most. It's machine learning. It comes in many ways. Also, it's known as pattern recognition. But what you see in front, this network, it's called neural network. And in my work with artificial intelligence, this is the core of everything. You might not know it, but machine learning is all around you. Like when you, for instance, when you type a query into a search engine, it's how an engine figures out which result to show you, which ads as well. Then when you read an email, you don't see most of the spam because machine learning filters out. And if you go on Amazon to buy something, Netflix to watch a video, they use a bit of a different mechanism. It's a machine learning system that recommends you things. So it's all around you. Traditionally, the only way to get a computer to do something, from adding two numbers of flying an airplane, was to write down an algorithm explaining how, and like in detail. but with machine learning algorithms, also known as learners, they're a bit different because they figure out things on their own. They learn on their own. In the end of the day, they program themselves, which is also a question how they are also programming our own behavior. So what is so interesting about this precise example in front of you? So you have, when you have on the left, on your left, these are the input layers, and on the first right there are output layers. So when you put data in, it extracts information. These three are not visible to us, to humans. It's something that is called the black box, something that I am finding very, very interesting in contemporary society, because most of the algorithms, they make decisions for us, and all of these decisions are being made in something that is hidden from us in this. It's also called the black box. It's scary, but at the same time, very interesting, because we don't have access. People who design these algorithms don't have access to these layers. And yet we trust the output. We trust the decision they make. But I think it's just in a human nature, because Homo sapiens is the only species that always adapted the world for itself, and instead of adapting to the world. So yeah. I want to say this is the project I did for when I was doing my MA, also at Central St. Martin's. This was my final project, where I was walking through London and I was mapping trees. What was interesting in the environment of UK is that you're immersed into an environment that is completely artificial. So more than 68% of the trees in UK it's brought back from the colonies. So all of the landscape, when you see it, it's actually a representation of British Empire. I found it very, very interesting. So I started to walk around London and mapping the trees that I would find. The idea was to build an algorithm, learner's algorithm that would generate poetry. So on the right, this is the area where I used to live. So this was all the points that I put in order to get data. And in this way, in this project, trees were my data. This is the simple example of natural language processing algorithm. It's a branch of artificial intelligence that deals with human language and how language is perceived. It's the same. It's a very simple neural network that learns the patterns of words, grammar, and it creates sentences. It just depends what is going to be your database and from where the text will be, where the text is going to be generated. This is a very simple, as I said, very simple algorithm. And it was based on Trump's tweets. I used very similar methodology for this project. So this is just an example of the poetry that was generated. I had around 400 poems that I then handpicked and edited. So it's not fully like AI written. And the idea was to finish this project as a performance, as always. I'm gonna just quickly show you, run you to the video where I was reading the poetry to trees all across London.
Not only with loss, but without it. I wanted illness to make us well, to grow contact with blind symbolism. Seeing those years that lacked decision of need, but the program tried to balance this. You were invisible and selfish. Another being that cannot comprehend the pain by my texts. Would you start to grow within growing world? I am from all.
I performed on multiple locations. In the end, this was not my final piece for my degree, but later it developed into something more. All right, quickly. My most recent project during the first lockdown, I worked with my cat. This is Ernest. And he just randomly showed up in my life during the lockdown, and I started mapping his activities. It was really simple EEG machine that I built for my other projects, and I would read the activities. This is how it looks. It's very simple. It's very simple, and it reads data through Bluetooth direct on your laptop, and you can measure your brain activities, your heart, muscle memory, everything. So I mapped. Well, it's a cat, so three different activities like eating, sleeping, playing is, well, it's a cat. I mapped them all together. And the idea was to build an algorithm from the pattern of his behavior, and to create once again to generate poetry. But this time this was part of the project during the first lockdown, where I used the database of Decameron, and it generated every day for 68 days. Daily, it generated one poem. This is still ongoing project. I don't know what is I never set up the timeline for it. I was kind of thinking like to generate it as long as the pandemic is still ongoing. So yeah, so to this day, every day generate one poem from here. Quickly, just to finish up, my work, how I work with algorithms and code comes from, just as you could see, it comes from observing the environment. Like in nature, all of the patterns that we see are always on the surface, and we always see the beauty of it. We see the pure aesthetics. My approach is to unravel all of these background processes and what creates these patterns. What are the methods from where these patterns emerge? My favorite that I always show is like when you see like a flock of birds. I probably all saw it at one point. Birds are always following the leader of a pack. And the reason to preserve energy, they're always a bit behind. So they're not aware that they're emerging this pattern. But that is, I guess, that is just the way nature works. But we see these patterns emerge daily. It came from Alan Turing, my research, the godfather of computer science, and the original idea was for algorithms to come from that algorithms actually come from biology and evolution. All algorithms indefinitely behave as evolution. They are driven by sex, they are driven by reproduction, same as all beings. So there is a driving force within the computational system. This was one of the work that I'm currently working with one artist, where we use evolutionary algorithms that generate all these fractal patterns. At the moment, this is just part of the research that I'm currently writing a paper on fractals and fractals in nature, and how computational systems are reading it. So we're creating all of these different 3D images that are now being generated. It's a bit of a different method, because this software is using neural networks to generate fractals, and it's not using like the simple like Photoshop or just this is as I said, this is a very different methodology. And my newest work, this was just an exhibition last week. Fortunately, I couldn't be there, but my colleagues did an amazing job of installing it. It was part of the Art Zagreb, and I participated with my newest work. It was in this black box, where I spent the last 8 months mapping earthquakes that hit the area where I lived in Croatia. There was more than 1,603, I think, earthquakes that I managed to map. The work is still ongoing, and I created a Seismic Symphony. So I developed an algorithm where a magnitude, every number of magnitudes created one beat of sound. And in the end, it was what I call the Seismic Symphony. It was a challenging work because we can't hear the earthquake. We hear architecture collapsing. We hear all of this external sounds, but the sound of the frequency of the earthquake is one of the most ancient sounds on this planet. And whales are the only beings on this planet that can hear that frequency. So I tried to generate, through artificial intelligence, the sound for us to hear. I'm gonna play it, some of it. I don't know if you can hear it. Yeah, I would like to finish with this. Thank you for your time. Hope it wasn't too long.
Thank you, Anna Maria. It was not too long. It was extremely interesting, especially for us who experience earthquakes. It's always very emotional. But also, I was lucky to be in Zagreb just now for your installation. There was experiences in the black box, and it's really exciting. And fortunately, I think each of us, when we felt earthquake, we don't notice so much sound as much as movement, and you're just recalling one part that you are not aware of. We will now have a break from 1 to 2, and in the afternoon will be other artists. So anybody wrote any question? You can show a little bit of all, Lucia, not only Anna Maria. Okay. So, Maurice, do you have any question? You are the most experienced person of all of us. We don't hear you. Please put the sound on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it's not a question, it's more an observation. What is really interesting is how many overlaps there are in the different researches and approach between the different participants. So I don't know if it's a fact of your selection, Ingeborg, your curation, but actually it's really interesting that there are some many converging motivation. We've been, I can hear that some people are talking about the apple, talking about God and the Armageddon. And I have to say that the beginning of the Brain Factory project was about reverse engineering the genesis. That was the idea at the origin. By the fact that something written by humans was actually a narrative for re-engineering all the process of the world creation as we fantasize it. And so that's one of the things. I've seen some conventions also about a project I did in 2010 called the Art Collider. That was a project of network putting together artwork that would create exchanges, connect to each other, each one feeding each other. So the image of one can feed the image, the sound of the other, and so on. So people used to connect between different places around the world. Let's say 2 or 3 continents, and this was a kind of an amazing experience. And I really believe that we have to invent new models for new forms of creation that involve participation, inclusion, and all these questions. It's interesting also to observe that, if I may make some comments. It's just my reaction. It's more comments. I have nothing to specifically to ask, but I see that many interventions are about creating a new mechanism to allow creation in the context we know, either the context of the pandemics or the context of the digital world. And this is often related to other topics like philosophy, finance, and economy, politics. And this is where I think we should go. And I'm very glad to hear all this.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would answer your not question but observation, because I didn't make choice alone. I always work with my collaborators, and one of my very important collaborators, Diana Protic, working with me several years. He will moderate next one, and Tomis Labrinovic. So they had some artists and speakers invited, which I even didn't know so good. So this is just shows that collaboration works very good, and I think it was really extremely interesting. Second of all, my thought is just to ask really everybody, is COVID the reason why they do? I'm not sure. I think they already started before, so maybe we can ask you who are still here, Tomislav, Anna Maria, Hrvoje, do you really work differently during this time of COVID? Who would like to start? Anna Maria, is this COVID that makes your work different, or did you start before that? It's a very important issue, because I think we all have to discuss that in the future. We don't hear you, Anna Maria?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
Yeah? Okay. Well, I have to say, because my practice is, it's not like a conventional artistic practice. It's like I never had to use a studio. for instance, my laptop is my studio. So wherever I go, I carry my studio with me. But during the pandemic, I have to say my work drastically changed, and it actually, because I was living alone, obviously with a cat, that I created a whole new project and a whole new methodology on how to look at my practice. So I have to say, lockdown did very good for me and my artistic practice that I'm still now using. So yeah, that is from my personal experience working during COVID.
Okay, thank you very much. I think maybe before we give a word to Tomislav, Hrvoje.
Well, I mean, in one way, not much really changed for me. I had a similar process, and like before COVID, just a little bit before that, I stopped working as a creative director in one company. So I really decided to focus on my art projects. It was maybe even a little bit beneficial in a way, because certain institutions like Max Planck didn't have so many symposiums, so they could invest more money into production of the work. So you never know how things are going to arrange themselves, and yeah, I mean, my works don't really reflect on it directly, but they are part. I mean, I'm dealing with this structure, so in a way, I was dealing before, and now it has a bit different kind of position. It's kind of closer to home, maybe, in a way. You experience certain things that you didn't think you will experience before. So there's always a time for processing it, and I always take my time for implementing a certain thing in my art practice. So with a bit of distance, because if you're like too close to it and emotional, then you can have like very impulsive works that are maybe not the thing that later on you will kind of agree with.
Before you continue with your talk, I will give, because of this concrete question, Tomislav, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you. I will try to answer shortly, and I have to leave you because I have something I have to do. But I must say that I kind of anticipated COVID, because I wrote this Death of the Audience in 2018, because the situation produced by COVID was visible, actually. When I say visible, maybe for the artists who anticipate times, it was visible quite long before it really happened. So I see COVID more as a confirmation of the state of things. So it's not an excess, something that happened. It's something that just kind of materialized the situation that was present before COVID. And that situation is the shift to the digital or invisible, I would say, spiritual space, where a fierce war is raging, a war for the right to speak, the right to... Somebody is hacking the space, but I think that there is a war raging actually for the right to say, the right for a right information. So it's everything about my colleagues were talking about this free web and not cooperative, but I think that there is no place to escape. Everything is scanned. So the only thing I can do is to speak, to say what's going on and what's the outcome. So I don't think there is a remedy. It's unstoppable, and it's gonna go till the end, till this singularity that's gonna be atheistic in the means of disappearance of humanity, or there will be a manifestation of God. So that's my ultimate conclusion.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Yeah. I just wanted to give them, because I see both of them, so I want to ask two of you, because you are present, please give your comments or questions. Dina and Vedran.
So, yeah, thanks for the chance to reflect on this question. I think it's an important one for everybody, of course, and for the arts Yeah, so I think and I see the situation that this horrible situation that happened, that as Tomislav kind of mentioned, that it was somehow inevitable, that it's a progress of things of the capitalist. I mean, this is now my interpretation, that it's somehow a natural progression of really highly globalized capitalist approach to to consume the world as we got it. And I know this is maybe horrible to say, but the situation with the COVID was somehow it manifested like a lot of stuff that we are maybe doing wrong also. That is, I don't know, travel, high volume travel, and high ecological footprints, art that is done in non-sustainable ways. So I understand that this may be maybe the motivation for artists who have access to a bit more radical methods to even more radicalize in a positive way. So to go even further in the decentralization, distribution, in different ways of production. And I'm somehow also grateful that this lack of opportunity to continue our unsustainable ways of producing the arts has somehow somewhere resulted in more funds for infrastructure, which is really important. So I think this situation with the COVID and with the lockdowns, I'm kind of grateful that it's horrible to say that I'm grateful for anything in this situation, but I'm grateful for for institutions and organizations and artists who have adapted and to kind of make their base, technological base, a bit stronger. So if we made infrastructure stronger in this period, I think we have done a good thing. We have taken the best of the situation that we could do. And this was also somehow for us, it was true that we already we were doing something that was a bit unconventional. And in this situation, we said, okay, we're totally dislocating from physical representation into these networks. Yeah.
Vedran, would you like to say, or shall we go on? Okay, I would like to ask our public, would you like to come and give some of your questions, Hans Kolger or Sanja, or shall we go on? Or Ivana? Not in the moment. You are waiting for your time to say everything, so you are hiding your thoughts before you come. Your time. This is our next participant. Well, I can say my own opinion. I think it's not bad. First of all, this is a trigger, really, to many things, and I think I'm a person. That's why I still work with young people and doing these things. Also, I should be already 4 or 5 years in my pension, because I'm always curious and I'm trying to adopt, because I'm optimist, I'm trying to adopt as much as I can to the new time and find positive ways to solve the problems, or at least look for how to bring these problems to open for others, especially for people who, for example, it's still very often question what they are really doing. From many people, even some young people are not aware. So it's not only COVID, it's also all media art, especially in connection with technology and science, and not to talk about now NFT and crypto art. It's total confusion, and it's not enough education, I think. But seeing very young people of 6 years, they're already getting their possibility to learn about robots. I think having practice on certain technology, they might be in 20 years, or hopefully before, generation who will actually teach us how we have to follow certain things. For me personally, COVID was occasion that I internationally participate and follow fantastic discussions. And I'm not tired of Zoom. Of course, I don't do it all the time, but I'm open. Some people like Maurice wouldn't be able to come here, even if it's not COVID, maybe because it's Hong Kong is very far and Erki is in LA, and you have to have a huge budget and making festivals with huge budgets to be able to bring all these incredible people internationally. And now we have this chance to hear and to experience and to learn so much. So for me, the future should continue in that way, hopefully for everybody. And this is my final word for this first morning session. As I said on the beginning, I hope next year we will be all possible to be here and physically, because our not only communication, but our nicer part, not intellectual, also that, this emotional part is definitely the most when we meet each other and know each other, especially all of you who are here, many of you don't know each other. So I hope for next year will be better. We will continue certainly online. And now we have almost 1 o'clock. We will have now the break. Unless somebody wants to say, or was it written, somebody question on Lucia? Well, Lucia is our next, second, third, whatever, collaborator doing all this important thing for Facebook. And here is David Dubrovic, our mastermind for streaming. Thank you very much, and see you in an hour and a couple of minutes. Okay, goodbye till then.
Okay, here we are on the second part of our session. First speaker is Peter Porg. He currently leads the new media model in digital media arts and practice, graduate, postgraduate program at the School of Arts, University of Nova Gorica, where he acts as associate professor, project coordinator, as well expert across realms of digital culture and media. Having obtained a PhD in media art, communication, science, and literature from the University of Erfurt. He also led MAST, Model in Art, Science and Technology project, and he is currently lead School of Arts terms in 2 large scales of projects. Stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I have missed the morning session, and the reason was contextual, because there was a situation with a project that we are running at the School of Arts of the University of Nova Gorica in Slovenia, a similar one as MAST was, Master of Art, Science and Technology, that I'm also happy to see some members of in the backbenches. The backbenchers, Nairi Castillo and Hans-Holger Rutz, which I am primarily here to talk about. But you have to understand the context of a School of Arts, of an art academy, which is formally accredited in Slovenia in a European, of course, state and republic, but is completely non-funded by the government. So we are basically, everything we develop in terms of curriculum development, in terms of deep and intensive engagement with community, both the local community, the regional, the cross-border community. We're in Nova Gorica, which is on the border to Italy. And of course everything and a lot we do in international terms, we have to actually get through projects, which is what makes us kind of an NGO art academy, kind of NGO-ish. Of course, precarious life, every 2 or 3 years we have to get a major project and a couple of smaller ones, otherwise we actually cannot sustain our development and our international intermedia, of course, costly or production intensive existence. So you should probably understand this in the current context as well. But the MAS project was born 4 years ago in a consortium between MITI, the Interactive Technologies Institute from Madeira, Portugal, Croatian Cultural Alliance here from Rijeka, basically, Graz University of Technology, and the Kersnikova Institute, quite a referential intermedia producer from Slovenia. Have I forgotten to mention Someone, I hope not. So this is kind of the consortium that got together and said, okay, and the call was in innovation, technologies, and science, and you know, with a little bit of arts, but basically we want to get Europe to innovate for the better. So the call was not really geared towards art schools or the artistic approach within innovation. They were kind of, you know, shyly speaking of STEAM, you know, STEAM, right? STEM and STEAM, science, technology, arts, education, and technology. And we went in with a bid which was quite bold. We said, you know, without the artistic approach, without the artistic thinking, without art thinking, you cannot imagine innovation on European terms. Because on European terms actually means socially responsible. So social innovation should be aware of its arts and humanities, not only backgrounds, which Europe is kind of founded on, right? The founding fathers of Europe, Enlightenment and so on, and you know, the social welfare state or the nation states, which are not necessarily built only, even if they are increasingly, on capitalism or the capitalist principle. We said, you know, not only rewind, but rethink what and how, especially how Europe wants to innovate. And of course, you know, thinking about whom, basically, if you really think about your users, which is kind of the predominant paradigm in design thinking, right? Think about the user. So who is actually the user? Well, a human, you know, a human with complex and manifold needs that obviously involve culture in terms of origin and identity, as well as culture in terms of well, you know, creative production. So what can art bring into the innovation process? And we have found through our, you know, kind of, you know, needs analysis even before we wrote this project bid. By the way, we were competing against 40 consortia, you know, of the biggest and most important, you know, art academies of Europe. And we are actually, we call ourselves a nano university. Like the whole university has 800 students, okay? And our art school has 70 students, okay? We are like super nano small. Even if quite referential in this kind of European projects scores. And we were kind of, you know, this is going to be hard to get. And we got among the 4 winning consortia among the 40. What with? With a frank, I repeat, and bold approach to saying, like, you definitely need the arts. And, well, the arts need you as well, the European innovation machinery, which is now kind of, you know, being more or less geared towards, you know, the new Green Deal, which is not only green, it's also red, right? It's supposed to be social. The new European Bauhaus, which you probably, you know, hear the birds singing about already. You know, innovation needs to be beautiful, aesthetic, needs to be fair, needs to consider the citizens, needs to be, of course, sustainable. You know, all of the beautiful values of the European Union, which in practice just repeatedly get forgotten. And the new European Bauhaus is now, if anyone's following, bound to become another, you know, big kind of wave of concrete and steel-based construction throughout Europe. I mean, hopefully not. But there is not a lot of soft, let alone cultural, let alone artistic in it, even though it should be if we think back to the historical Bauhaus. So we said, let us insert the artistic approach, not only the artistic ways of doing, the methodologies and the tools, but the way the artists think, the way they approach a problem, the way they even do not approach a problem, the way they make 2 steps back, the way they you know, ponder along, procrastinate, and not do anything about it, and actually do a lot about it, but not in the way of the obvious linear and may I say kind of a neoliberal, profit-oriented, as in kind of, you know, design thinking, limited paradigm. So we are setting art thinking next to design thinking even in front of it. Now, what about the project as such? Like, we brought about, you know, quite some workshops for students. Of course, we brought them around to Graz, to Madeira, let them hang out, not only hang out, but be mentored by, be lectured to by some, you know, quite interesting and diverse set of, you know, artists, activists, media activists, social activists, which cross-disciplinary practitioners. You have everything online if you want, all of the symposia and podcasts. They're called podcasts and so on. You can check out the whole legacy of all of these workshops. It's all very well documented here on the website mastmodule.eu, which I'm now kind of showing, or at least trying to show. This will be perhaps of our main interest. The 10-step, can you see that? Yeah, it's kind of small. The 10-step methodology, which kind of is based on the predominant innovation cycle, kind of 7 to 10-step methodologies you find around in technological innovation, even in, you know, kind of military technology innovation, which is launch if someone's interested. Which always starts kind of with a problem, but we called it a challenge because of course it's in a pedagogical setting. You set together a team. Of course, this is all quite obvious and you've heard it before, but if you read the way we explain it, and if you read our MAST manual, which I forgot in my car, and it's available online in PDF, you have to really take care about inclusivity, about awareness of many different frameworks. We call it rules, the rules stage, number 3. You know, laws, conventions, and values to arrive at a clear ethical framework for the process and its results, which is defining the common ground, which is what usually, you know, corporations just overrun because, you know, common ground, come on. Creating a manual of conduct, as we suggest, or envisioning social sustainability of anything you might want to innovate. And I'm speaking here as a guest of Center for Innovative Media, right? Then you have to map the existing cases, good and bad practices, their theory and implementation, understanding these cases as ecosystems, as specific in their specific systemic, if you want, role in the cultural, historical, and political or economical context. Especially then we said, let's look at what art did historically, what art, the artistic practice and thought, so theoretical discourse, has to say about it currently. Because when we analyze practices across, you know, the scene, they very often go into quite, you know, interdisciplinary, you know, they take different sciences, even if they work, whatever, in you know, nuclear physics, they would go out into, you know, some kind of social research. Okay, but physics are the first usually who invite the artists. By the way, you have serious and well-funded and well-promoted artistic residencies by now at CERN, right? CERN, this Large Hadron Collider thing, and at JRC, Joint Research Council of the European Union, which is the largest campus of well-paid, brilliant minds, scientific minds of Europe, based at Lago di Como in northern Italy. They have their own arts in residency program, well-funded, serious thing. So the hardcore ones are already there, but the technological innovators, they're not quite there yet. And this is what we are doing in another project, which I don't now have the time to explain. But if you're interested, I can send you all the links and you can start following us. You can be spammed by our newsletters and so on, where we are actually trying to bring art thinking into business innovation or entrepreneurship, which, you know, artists usually say, oh. But by now you have quite interesting, well-safeguarded frameworks contexts and methodologies along which artists may, should, and can already work kind of shoulder to shoulder. Because you probably, one of you at least, if not three, among you has made an experience of being parachuted into a company, like as an artist, you know, to work shoulder to shoulder, right? And then you find yourself basically beautifying their, you know, products or services, or just, you know, kind of rectifying a little bit their design, you know, or something, or the way they present, but they never take you seriously. And, you know, then you sit alone in a round of, you know, CEOs and development department leaders and so on, and they just, you know, they swallow you up basically. And this is what has been happening now for a decade. And we have then set some examples and, you know, provided some methodological tools and frameworks along which this might not happen in such a bad way, or such a inefficient way, if you want, you know, because at the end of these residencies, you usually go home, you know, fine, you know, they paid me, I had a good time, I had a nice show, and everyone was clapping and everyone was nodding, and, you know, the CEO and the company feels good because they had an artist, another one. But what does really change? Like, how does, you know, company culture change? How does their deep level business model change? How does their approach to society, to environment, if you want, and so on, which should change under such processes, which are principally inclusive, subtle, and so on, if I'm not mystifying, as in the artistic processes. So, thinking about beneficiaries in this kind of deep and emphatic way, not just, you know, kind of jotting them out as personas, which you find in design thinking, kind of we think we know who they are, and, you know, well, yes, we survey them and we analyze them, but we think that the artistic realm has tools and methods, if you want, and the way of approaching the other human being, or even yourself, which should be giving. And you can see here art thinking that comes before design thinking, which we suggest in a simplified way that you should refer to already known artistic ideations. The perspectives on the topic should be changed. So at halfway of this innovation process, if you bring in the arts, the artworks and artistic ideas should be explored to mind shift and inspire, creating different and new questions. So the whole challenge, the whole initial question should be basically set under question. Which artists do well, and which you know, corporations, or even, you know, kind of public municipalities, or whomever you work with, big NGOs just don't do. Because it's too costly, or because this would make the director having to leave. Design thinking, I hope you know enough, or you can feel enough about, which we set after it, because it is about understanding and utilizing the actual possibilities in creative solutions. So the art thinking stage produces, let's say, like 2, 3, 5 of the options where this kind of innovative solution or the innovation should go along, and then with the design thinking approach, you can quite safely basically implement the scenarios to see which solution would be the best, then model it, basically prioritize one, create a more detailed scenario, a demo, if you want, pre-testing and so on, which is the language of innovation. All the way to a prototype, both non-functional prototypes and functional prototypes, where the artistic, again, practice is much more efficient, perhaps, or more used to non-functional prototypes, which in their non-functionality are functional for understanding the whole problem. And, you know, reiterating, you know, questioning the whole question again, or rephrasing the question quite radically, which again does not happen in the conventional. Now I'm speaking to you. Most of you are from the arts. I'm speaking to you as if you were from the, you know, from the technological innovation sector. But you might mark the difference. Okay. Then you check how applicable it is. You might do it all over again. Check the impact. This is, this sounds like this kind of project application that you write where you have to go the whole cycle. But this is what we think we have kind of done more or less well with our contribution. If most of the other things are quite conventional, there were very nice events, very nice exhibitions in Graz, in Slovenia, and then Corona came and everything was hybrid and online. Of course, this is why you can check it all. You can view our so-called I have 4 more minutes, right? So-called hybrid interfacing academy, whatever this means. We were constantly trying to bring, kind of policy-making officials on board. So we had this kind of policy-making workshop. Then we had this kind of technology workshop with more or less the companies on board. But this mass, this 500,000 project, sounds a lot, but it's not for 3 years and for 6 partners, and ferrying students around Europe. We now actually mainstream this in bigger projects, which are more kind of centered around Slovenia, are not that international anymore because of Corona and because of access, and because we spent 10 years lobbying around this at Slovenian ministries of culture and economy and so on. So we are now operating with a total of 3.5 plus 4.5 is 8 million euro worth of project, 8 million euro with partnerships of 10 partners, 15 partners, which are partly intermediate art operators, more or less, producers, which from Ljubljana, kind of Kersnikova, Atoll, Axioma, Ljudmila, all kind of first category intermediate producers on one hand. On the other, kind of chambers of commerce, kind of regional authorities, which to such a presentation, when they hear it for the first time, they go like, When they hear it for the second time, they go like, For the third time, they go like, okay. And then for the fourth and for the fifth time, when they've heard, they go like, okay, I could maybe. So it's kind of really really kind of a long way. But we think, we feel, there is an ecosystemic change, hopefully coming up. If not anything else, then because as you can hear, there's serious money, and I don't want to argue through money, but usually kind of follow the money kind of line of argument. This is where it goes, and for the CONS project, which is a platform for investigative contemporary arts, CONS, in Slovenia, 10 producers altogether get 4.5 million, and mostly we do workshops. We throw kind of really good artist-led and artist-conceived creative media kind of more or less artsy, DIY, hacky workshops, 300 of them, with lab books, legacy, and everything across Slovenia. Then we have a nice work package of kind of original productions, which are basically more or less intermediate arts manifestations in galleries and festivals like this. Of course, with good money, with 30, 40, 50,000 pro production, you can afford more. And you can afford, especially, to pay people fairly. We have standard contracts. We have minimal per hour, per day wages, and stuff we couldn't imagine 3 years ago. So kind of trade union moment. And then number 4 is this. It's kind of, let's bring it out to the actual technology, to the actual industries, and this is the tough cookie. This is really a tough cookie. We are slowly pushing it, slowly, really a lot of muscle goes into this, because the first 2 things that I mentioned, we know how to do. Workshops, community. They're full. They're brimful. These workshops. Kids love it, and we're doing it for the kids, for the students, and for kind of older adults. So that's the whole kind of, okay. I wasn't quite linear because the issue is. Hopefully self-explanatory. You have the manual here, 100 pages of how we did it and why we did it, and it's really kind of a nice PDF to read. I will give you some paper copies if you want that I brought along, and if you don't, just download it. This is the manual. So it has, oh yeah, by the way, sorry, yeah, must project to come back in my last minute. Okay, I'm finished. We accredited a curriculum. We accredited a master module which is called Art, Science, Technology, which was quite unimaginable, for at least in Slovenia. In Graz, they did a kind of a flavor of it, and in Madeira, Portugal, they did another flavor of it. But we accredited a fully, well, you know, nationally accredited an art, science, technology module, which uses this methodology that I kind of walked you through more or less soberly in the past 20 minutes. And yeah, the novum is the innovation catalyst. We deem that every innovation process should have a innovation catalyst as a profile. We even devised in another project, in this 3.5 million project, we devised the whole training scheme, and we trained some of the innovation catalysts. An innovation catalyst is not necessarily an artist. Mostly they are, or preferably they should be. But they understand all of these kind of phases, and they learn, they know how to lead a team. So they're kind of artist, director / producer kind of profile in this art thinking based innovation process, which kind of, you know, shepherds the people together and keeps an eye and overview of the whole process. This is the innovation catalyst. As we, but you know, I have to conclude now, and you can, you know, keep reading this if you're interested. Any questions? You can see here maybe some, but I don't know whether you can see how this kind of European social values are intertwined with the art, science, technology discourse. We hacked around. You probably know the Krebs cycle of Neri Oxman. Oh, that's what you might have seen again. We reworked some of the known. That was Rich Gold's interdisciplinary thing. You might have come across this as well, the Krebs cycle of Neri Oxman, right? So we hacked around it a little bit, and we added like invention, research, abstraction, ideation. So the processes that we were trying to order. But this is more for the theory buffs among you. Thank you. Any questions?
We will have a discussion later. So I would now like to invite Hans Holger Rutz and Nayari Castillo Rutz. Okay, Hans Holger Rutz is sound artist, composer, performer, researcher, and software creator in electronic art. His work mainly comprised of sound, intermedia installation, live improvisation, and electroacoustic composition. He has been internationally exhibited, performed, and awarded. In his work, he developed and research on software and algorithms plays an important role. And his interest in the materiality of writing process, the trajectories of aesthetic objects, and they travel and transform across the different works and different artists. Nayari is research university assistant at the Graz University of Technology. She's also molecular biologist and artist, specialized in public art. Her invention engage with history, time and space, with especially emphasis in experiments of perception and engagement. She has won multiple prizes, and she's also coordinator of international projects. Okay, this. On the microphone.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, hello internet audience. First of all, thank you from both of us to the invitation to participate both in the symposium and also the exhibition at Kortil Gallery, where our talk or our presentation has the same title as one of the pieces we're exhibiting there, Aleatorium, and what we're going to do here in this slot is read and write around that piece in some slightly experimental fashion. The way this is happening is that we ask each other questions and thereby try to elucidate what is happening around this piece, Aleatorium, which was created newly this year. So the clicker should is, I don't know. It says on, yeah.
Well, you can also pass
You can
it.
also just...
you can pass it for us. It's okay.
I would just say next. Pardon? Shall we say more about us?
No.
The we're grads.
Okay.
We had already the introduction, no? So you could go then to the next slide. Or I will pose the question to you.
Okay.
I will read the question to you.
No, you can pass it. It's okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, so there we are in the first question, the first slide and question. This is a question to Naya. So one of the elements of this installation is depicted here, a dispenser, I think. How do you go finding these strange objects?
Well, for a long time, my work has been a combination of antique and new things. So I have a strange. I work for long, and I have been working for long in a faculty of architecture and design. And since my very first encounters to art, I have been working a lot with objects. And these objects, generally, I go by function and try to understand what are the curiosity. And I have some love for old and vintage, and I normally, wherever I go into the places to find out what is there. So usually I go and find, or I think I'm in awareness, because when a project enters your mind, you are like a receptor. So you are looking around for things that are conceptually similar to these objects. And it happens to me that they appear on my way, they appear in the house of somebody that doesn't like them, they appear and they have a very particular conversation with me usually, and they become part of my collection. They are similar in themselves. So for example, these that we have together will be part of the vending machines, and I have an obsession for vending machines. So all over the world in antique places I go for the vending machines. The other ones that you have other examples there. And for example, when I was invited to a exhibition in Vienna for the Wiener Festwochen, I work with objects that reflected the mentality of people. So that one in particular is the clock of a train station that I happen to put my hands on. So tell us about you. How do you initiate the process?
Yeah, so the you, of course, it's a bit problematic, because I think that the process that happened in this piece is not initiated by either person, but just in a way by us coming together. That means it's a question always for me, what process, how do you define a process? For me, process is at the center of my artistic interest. I have looked at many ways of understanding what process is and how it comes about. Of course, for a time I thought a lot about this idea of the architrace from Derrida's grammatology. So the idea that there is no such thing as an original intention. You can always find a previous step and a previous step and a previous step. So I think one could say that a process begins by bundling together existing things, or by increasing a direction, or by creating an opportunity for research or for the exhibition. Another useful way to think about this, I think, is the idea of marking a space that goes back to a mathematician George Spencer Brown from 1969, the book of Laws of Form, in which he defines kind of two spaces: an outer space, that's the unmarked space, and then you carve in forms from this kind of environment. So usually I go have an object and I want to learn more about it. For example, I started working with these small motors and I wanted to learn more about motors, and so this was one initiating element. And then you add your existing knowledge. So you use something that you want to learn about, but also you bring all this baggage and all elements from previous works. I don't think you usually have a clear delineation of one work to your other works, and I think that's also fine in a way. So I can think then, what are sonic possibilities of the objects that are there? What kind of thing do? And also important, it's about discarding things. So many things are not in the object that we have tried. We thought about collaborating between multiple arms and other things that are not anymore in the piece. It's giving up. Just go to the next, but you just go to the next.
Oh, no, it's before the.
One, yeah. Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
You can work the presenter now.
Okay. So next question to you. What do you think happens when you disembed an object from its original use case or its original context, when you reuse it or reappropriate it? Is there a specific quality that interests you, like this temporal distance to its original creation or its haptics?
So, I mean, as an installation artist, my materiality is a space. So I tend to understand the situational part of the work as a very important thing. So when you, the process of moving up an object around, the process of introducing this object into this contextual space is always a translation, a mobility of this object that has some kind of functionality in itself, and then transform into aesthetical process and different, in a way, sensations for the spectator. So this is something I work a lot with, and I tend to mix haptic situations so that you feel experiences in your body, and also they come all across ideas. It's a mix between spatial investigation and conceptual work, and in those detonants, maybe we can call them, the objects are detonants of sense and are detonants of emotions. And I think in this goes the properties that attract me are the ones that can be expressing those movements. And of course, this is something I really like about contemporary art. The train of thoughts that I have over an object probably is very different to the one of the spectators, and this is a magnificent thing, that a work is always polysemic, and is every detonant is not a detonant to me, but a detonant to the multiplicity of persons that visit the space. So, and in these pieces, a lot of new elements come together. No? So why interaction? And how are the electromechanic arms changing the semantics of your work?
Yes, usually I'm very careful using the word interaction. Usually I'm going very far away from being associated with anything with interactivity. So I'm usually quite skeptic about it. But I think that why it's in this piece, it has a different reason. I think the reason is that I'm interested in going away from a closed system, and I want to introduce an element that comes from the environment, which of course also has to do with the title of the aleatorium. So the question of randomness entering or contingency entering the system. The question of the arm, it's I think it goes back to our question of identification. So we usually we say the arm, no, but I don't know if it's an arm. It's sold as an arm, but why it's not a? It could also be a leg, or I don't know. It's our anthropomorphization of the electromechanics somehow. We always see things in these elements. For example, if I see the circuit boards, some of them are visible. For me, has always had this idea of a very tiny city that I can kind of imagine myself in. That's maybe why also these small walls came into the piece. So in this kind of interaction chain, if you want to call it, it's really that there's something in between, because we can anticipate what is at the beginning and what is the end of this chain. So it's a bit, you could also throw the dice directly or ask I Ching directly, no? So why in between? I think it's a bit a play with this Freudian anticipation that you also have with vending machines. So this idea of this haptics of throwing a coin, you know exactly at the end you will get your can of water or whatever, but this whole process is kind of what matters. But I was interested that you leave a trace. So you leave this echo in the system. You also change subtly the sound structure, even if you don't notice it. So this trace, embedding a trace in the system. So next question to you. So apart from this dispenser, a prominent other object or element is the text that you can see on the floor of the exhibition, running across the floor in different directions and branching off. What are your reasons of this text creation, and how did you develop and come to this text?
So textuality is an essential part of a lot of my works. I heard from many curators, people don't read at all when they are in a space, so you need to minimize the amount of text that you have. But my experience is that the text puts a meta information layer that is usually very possible to be playful with. In the case of this text, it's a text that is not only text, it's a spatialized text, so it's a part of the installation itself. And I created it. First, I was very shy, so I usually collaborate with others to create the text. Now I have like a persona that is in charge of the text and takes over in those moments. And this persona, in this particular case, is conversating with the machine, because I created the poetry that is a poetry and at the same time a description of possibilities of collaboration, the one we are making, but the one that the objects are making themselves. And the machine, we introduce an aleatory way of cutting that message somehow. So I divided in gold, that is what I created myself, and in red, what is created by the machine, and created some kind of ramification poetry that comes one from the other. And for me, it's very interesting how these things come together with the materiality. I mean, if you stay there, you will see several layers of the project coming together. It's then an experiment of collaboration we are trying to make. We are making on purpose Frankenstein. So this is something that we play with in this piece a lot, and also with this idea of weirdness. And I think this is something that is in this piece, and we kind of are exploring intentionally what happened with these things that seem not to be coming together, but that indeed they are very smoothly passing or touching another. And so talking about this, because I think this is how the pieces are, but it's also about us in the making. Can you explain your interest in collaboration? How does creating elements separately and putting them together constitute a collaborative act?
Yeah, again, I start by saying that I was always a bit skeptic of this collaborative aspect, in the sense that when I grew up, I always hated to work in group, having group tasks. This was the most dreaded thing. So I took a long time to learn how to work with other people in a group on a common task. And of course, in art is even maybe more difficult, because you're not solving a problem, but you're creating a new problem, and you want, in a way, for the artwork to be uncompromised somehow. So that's difficult in a way. But this is, I think it's a special kind of collaboration. There's different types of collaboration. This is special in the sense it's only two persons collaborating, and we have kind of a history of collaborating. So it's a kind of a smooth process. The first time, if I remember correctly, was in 2010 on this piece, Dissemination, and then we created an entire exhibition together, the writing machines, in 2012. And what is shown here in the top right and the bottom left, it's two photos from a process from a piece called Chain Reaction. That was in 2016. That was actually a group of people. So the 6 artists working together. And there I experienced for the first time this kind of liberation that you have when you do not have to coordinate all the time your decisions, but when you can work along each other. So you share a space, you share some conceptual framework within which you work, but you each can find their own niches and their own, so work in their own rhythmic structure and their own time. And I think that's, in a way, when I understood how collaboration could work for me. In other cases, it's purely pragmatic, when you are in time pressure, like we did this work, Imperfect Reconstruction, with a colleague and friend of mine, David Pirot. We worked together on sound installation, which is even more complicated. 2 people sharing a sonic space, it's quite difficult. And there we were simply forced to, in a way, to come together in the last moment and see if the 2 layers of the sound could work together, because it was difficult to coordinate in such a short time. And it worked very beautifully. And from there we turned this, in a way, into a positive concept that we also called simultaneous arrival. So the idea that you work, you are in contact with each other, but you give each other their own time, and then you accept, in a way, how the things come together. And I think it's the last question to you. I think the piece Aleatorium, we can also say it's a bottom-up process in which it was created. It was not like a master concept and we just implemented, but it came up step by step. And somehow it became verbal. The more we talk about it, we had certain names for the processes and the things. So some things emerged in a way. Maybe perhaps you could identify something that you found most surprising happening in this process, or coming out as an object in this piece, and perhaps also thinking about where it goes, what you could take away into a future project.
Well, I'm gonna start from the last part of the question, because I think it's connected to the amazement of collaboration that was coming from Chain Reaction, and now it's a main work in our common research. Is this how to collaborate without doing the same task, and how to allow these positive contaminations to happen all the time. And I think this is something that is coming in our work together, and in our work in respect from others. I think this also coming from letting the materials and letting the things in the space combine, and having sort of a, I mean, at the end, art is to make your own rules of a game that you are systematizing. And what I find interesting is in this simultaneous constructing is that we preserve our own rules, and we have some things that start to come together and develop, and this is something that I find very amazing and amusing. In the case of as a research process, these types of collaboration are also very near my heart, in the sense that it's not, I mean, I have been working in collectives. This is not part of this talk, so to speak, but this is a very strong part of my experience. And what you have is that usually you are working a lot together, and many things are are very difficult to grasp. And then I had a European project that was iterations, and in that process there was it was about how to iterate information in the digital space. And what was interesting is that you had something like call handover, where you will from one residency to another residency give something to them to go on. And it was very complex because humans coming together work very different as a collective coming together and working. But I rescued something there that I found very interesting. That was, what is with these things that are like collectively authored, and that they are not completed in those processes. So, and these in those things that are their thought combined, they can be kept worked afterwards and in different timings, which means that different artists that come together, produce things together, but also have some elements of those things that keep working. And I found that a very impressive way of understanding collaboration, not as a parallel system, but something that derives or has tentacles. And I think this is what we are seeing here in our new way of understanding collaborations. Collaborations that not necessarily are creating together and by doing that oppressing the techniques of everyone, but like collaborations that allow the personal exploration to go on. So I think this is what I found more interesting in our piece also, because it has this exploration also in the objectuality. Yeah, we are.
Last question.
It's the last question. In the complexity of the oracle, sound composition shines through. Can you talk about the divination powers of the installation and the composition?
Yeah, I think so. To go back from oracle maybe to the aleatoric first. What is an aleatoric decision? We can say it's coded in the algorithms, of course, in the tiny machines. They're very simple algorithms, but somehow they're connected to the audience. You can, in every element in a way, which piece of ceramic do you pick? How do you even place it exactly? This all determines in a way how the stone falls, how the resonance is created. So it's a strange kind of causation that is still involved in the whole process. If you go to if you think about the original oracle of Delphi, there was always a previous step. There was the omen. You have to wait for a specific sign for the oracle to even become active, and this can even happen in the piece. A stone can fall even next to the piece. So there's kind of this indeterminacy is built into the process. But I would just want to say that to be careful. Now we are in this mode that we have verbalized. Now we're talking about the oracle, but this only came at some point, I think, and then we emphasize it. But it's not just an oracle. You could also say it's a wishing well. If you listen, you hear these whispering voices. They are modulated with water sounds, so it's a kind of a reference to this idea of a well into which you project your wishes. And also not to preclude what other people see in the piece. I was stunned by a comment on the other piece that we have there, Contact, where somebody asked me if what we see through the lenses is a bombing site. So this I found very astonishing. So this is something that we should keep open in a way, the process for other interpretation. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I would now like to invite Sanja Sekelj. She's a research assistant at the Institute of Art History in Zagreb and also PhD candidate at the postgraduate program in humanities at the University of Zadar. Her research interests are currently focused on cultural dynamics and network practice of the visual art scene actors at the turn of the millennium. And his presentation will be about network analysis and the art history using the bigger data.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. So as Diana said, I'm an art historian, so I feel a little bit nervous going amongst all of you artists. The object of my study, I would say, is pretty traditional, but I have been working in the context of digital humanities and been working with digital methods. So I imagine this talk as a sort of an art historical introduction to the concept of network, how it was used in art history, and then I'm gonna conclude with my own research. But I'm not gonna focus so much on the results as on methodology and process. So I'm gonna start. I have this. Am I, no, wrong, okay. Okay. So, in his book, Network Aesthetics, centered on the analysis of artworks and artifacts of popular culture, the intention of which is to foreground the effective reception of the concept of network, the theoretician Patrick Jagoda writes, "In approaching our network imaginary as a problem, it would be an impossible undertaking to write a history of the network, as if network were a discrete, containable thing with both a singular origin and a clear referent. Networks are ontologically slippery, approached simultaneously as objective things in the world, natural structures or infrastructural technologies, and as metaphors or concepts to capture emergent qualities of interconnection in our time. And indeed, it is not uncommon." Is it? It is not uncommon to find statements such as networks are everywhere or everything is connected. The network has come to designate countless different social, financial, biological, cultural, and technological phenomena and can be used to describe processes as well as objective things in the world. It is simultaneously the structural backbone of the human genome, a terrorist organization, or a natural ecosystem. It can signify the spread of a pandemic, a personal social circle of an individual, or a social business or cultural organizational form. Our network imaginary is highly influenced by scientific, technological, and political changes that happened during the 20th century, especially in its very end. Globalization processes, flow of international capital, the popularization of the internet through the World Wide Web system, and finally the advent of Web 2.0. All of these are events and processes that shape how we perceive and understand the network today. According to Bruno Latour, the word network is so ambiguous that we should have abandoned it long ago. However, how to abandon a word and a concept which is so irrevocably connected to our reality? Latour argues for a perspective in which we should consider the network as a concept, not a thing out there. It is a tool to help describe something, not what is being described. In parallel to the general rise of the concept's popularity at the turn of the millennium, the network has come to be more frequently used as a sensitizing concept in art historical research as well. Its use is mostly metaphorical, sometimes even a cliché, in which it is supposed to invoke the image of an interconnected multitude of actors and objects. When used in a systematic methodological manner, it becomes an extremely useful concept that helps us describe something. An analysis of such scholarship helps us discern the meaning and context of the term, as it is most commonly used in art history. Mostly it has come to signify a network as a consequence of communication within the artistic field, or a network as an organizational form. The first scenario, a network as a consequence of communication, is first and foremost closely connected with two art movements, mail art and net art. Apart from goals such as the democratization of production and reception of art, experimentation with common or new technologies, institutional critique and critique of the art market, both movements made a strong emphasis on direct communication between actors of similar aesthetic and ideological values. Since it did not depend on existing political or market channels, and made possible direct communication between actors residing in geographically distant areas, it initiated transnational and transdisciplinary self-organized communities of artists and other cultural actors. Because of their openness, these networks could spread in different directions, they could accept new members and grow, parts of the networks could branch themselves out in self-contained units, certain members could establish temporary strong ties with the aim of artistic production, and in time the network could stagnate and disappear and possibly reappear later on in a different form. In these art movements, the network stands simultaneously for a community of people and for the dispersed and decentralized organization of labor present within this community. In general, we could say that the changes at the end of the 20th century led a number of art historians to discard methodological nationalism and instead to focus on transnational artistic encounters and exchanges. That is, on informal artistic communities that created alternative topographies and cartographies of the world. The second context in which the word network appears in art historical research, I identified as networks as organizational form. Organizational form in this context can mean large-scale international exhibitions, different biennials or triennials, in which networking is connected with a single event, precisely situated in space and time, in which participants can form strong ties that lead to further collaboration. However, the goal of this organizational form is not, as in the previous case, the establishment of conditions for long-term collaboration of an artistic community. In this case, we could describe the network as project organization, in which the social structure adopts project form. Probably the most famous network at the end of the millennium is the network of solar centers for contemporary art, which we could describe as adopting a hybrid model of networking, at least in the case of Croatia. It was a project organization in cases in which it acted as an intermediary in regional and international networking, while locally it was concentrated more on supporting self-organized initiatives. We could go on and on with these organizational forms. They could be cultural policy networks, which were focused on maintaining firstly weak ties, then went through a spatial or functional specialization and concentrated on forming strong ties through collaboration. However, does anything change in our approach to the network if we simultaneously consider it as a subject and a method of research? In parallel to the described types of analysis, in which network terminology is or can be used more or less consistently as a superstructure to ingrain our historical methods, the network has gained new meanings within the context of digital humanities and digital art history. In its most basic and formal sense, we could describe the network in this context as a formation consisting of nodes and edges. In art historical research, nodes represent different individual or collective actors, such as artists, curators, art groups, institutions, or exhibitions, while edges represent their mutual and often multiplex relations. Network analysis, as one of the most developed methods within DH, rests on the assumption that certain social and cultural phenomena cannot be explained merely by the characteristics of individuals or certain social groups, but that they have to be analyzed by their participation in structured social relations. Network analysis is thus focused on relations between different types of actors, whose sum forms a structure that simultaneously enables and limits the actor's activities. Building on the affordances of the method itself and of different digital tools that have been developed over the last few decades, network analysis in art history is thus most often used on bigger data, the visualization and computational analysis of which gives insight into changing cultural trends within the art field over longer periods of time, or which can, as is often stated, highlight the role of actors that have until now remained marginalized in art historical research. Network analysis introduces the concept of complexity in art history and the possibility of its computational analysis. However, when using digital tools and methods for research in the humanities, one must also always keep in mind their limitations. We could say that the network analysis enables and limits the researcher in a similar way that the network structures enable and limit the activities of its actors. So there are multiple restrictions, limitations, and misconceptions one has to keep in mind when doing digital art history. But here I would like to put an emphasis on 3 aspects. The first one is the awareness of the somewhat obvious fact that tools, methods, and data are not objective natural phenomena. Tools and methods are made and constructed. Data are not only waiting somewhere out there to be interpreted, but each data set is always already interpretation. The illusory simplicity of the available tools and already structured data sets obscures a sequence of decisions that was made during the construction of tools and the lifetime of the data set. So I don't know if you saw this video. It's actually an article and a video. I don't know if you saw it on YouTube. The video on YouTube is called Charting Culture. The authors visualized birth dates and death dates of something like 500,000 artists and claimed that they could kind of reach new conclusions about art historical development over the 15th century, from 15th century to today. But what it did basically, because it used the Getty Union list of artist names, was it basically reproduced what we already deconstructed in the last 30 years. So since data is constructed, network visualizations, which we can consider as maps of relations, are also not copies of actually existing phenomena, but are projections that are constructed and underpinned by certain conventions, which can nevertheless be useful to identify, describe, and analyze our object of study. Furthermore, if we consider the field of artistic production as a network, one has to keep in mind that the constructed datasets can never include all of the actors and their mutual relations and interactions that have actually contributed to the complexity of the field and its dynamics over time, nor can the tools distinguish or analyze a multitude of different actors and edges. So lastly, if the question of data and information structure is anything but depoliticized and uncritical, what can the dataset and the used tools actually tell us about the art field considered as network? In other words, how to approach the interpretation of data and obtain results if we know that networks are not static? How to surpass the determinism of the network structure, i.e. account for the agency of actors, who can choose to alter, reorder, or transform their relations, changing simultaneously the structure of the entire network. How to include the content of the relations in their interpretation, as well as the context in which the network emerges, develops, and transforms. The network of the art field does not exist in a vacuum, but in a specific time and place, which also have an impact on the establishment and transformation of relations and their meaning. So these are some of the questions and considerations that have influenced my own research. I was interested in analyzing the dynamics of the art field in Croatia between 1991 and 2006, highlighting the central actors and interpreting why they occupied such prominent positions in certain points in time. This was done by conceptualizing the network as the inherent structure of the art field. In other words, I was not focused on artworks, specific artistic or institutional profiles or pasts, but on structures, interactions, processes, and narratives, which individual or collective actors create, to which they wish to adapt or thoroughly transform. So to do this, while simultaneously keeping in mind the constructedness of data and how the choice of the data set steers and impacts the analytic results, I wanted the analysis to be made on a data set which I could close based on objective criteria, which is why the final choice fell upon art criticism. I used 4 magazines, so the data boundaries, network boundaries were made by magazine, actor, and event. And I extracted 2 data sets. The first one included all of the magazine issues of the 4 magazines and all of the authors that wrote in each issue. So in total, this was 665 magazine issues and 6,698 authors. And the second data set included all of the art critics and all of the artists and institutions they mentioned in their texts. And in total, this was 6,473 persons, 192 art groups, and 1,293 institutions. So this was supposed to be a video. I don't know if it can be played. If you can check. Yeah. So the data was structured with the help of a custom-made tool, the CANIS database, which you can see here. which was developed within the ArtNet project at the Institute of Art History. It is a relational database that is concentrated around fundamental actors of the art world, their multiple characteristics and relations. So here you can see, like, well, tell me if you can see it. If not, I can kind of talk about what you're seeing. So basically, the main networking nodes are people, objects, events, and events. And so basically, since it's a relational database, everything is already connected in the database itself. So here you can see like exhibitions, discursive events, the publications the person participated in, then you can go to the magazine that participated in, and so on and so on. So if I can go to next slide, and it's also a video. So the database includes a visualization the previous one. This is a video. So the database includes a visualization interface in which data is extracted with the help of a tagging system. And the database includes a basic visualization of data, while more complex analysis were made with other tools, which I made mostly in Gephi. So here also you can see everything. Everyone's connected. When you click on the node, you can go directly to the database to check what is actually written down in the database, and so on and so on. So the goal of the analysis was threefold for my research: to analyze the dynamics of each magazine, determine its central art critics, and conclude if the changes in the social circle of the magazine signify a change in the editorial policy of the magazine. The second goal, to analyze the dynamics of the visual art scene by determining the changes in central mentioned artists and institutions, to analyze conventions in the data and interpret them within the context of cultural structures of a specific time and place. So this segment included a deep reading of art criticism. And the third goal was to analyze how each magazine and social circle contributed to the established conventions in the art scene, or how it worked toward changing them. So basically, I'm only showing you this as illustration. The entirety of my research was done on 157 different visualizations, since the data was sliced in different longer and shorter periods of time to address the space-time problem. And in other words, the data model treated the magazines and art critics as active actors, those whose choices about who to write about form, steer, and impact the later historization of the art field, while artists and institutions and their changes over time were considered as signals of differing editorial policies of the magazine and of current artistic trends. So, as I said in the beginning, I'm not going to concentrate that much on the results, but going to mention only a few. So my research is filled with graphs such as this one. The lecture was focused on the concept of the network. However, the quantitative and qualitative reading of the data showed that we could consider each magazine as a representative of a specific social circle on the visual art scene, not only in terms of its own art critics, but also in terms of events and artists that it followed and wrote about. From 50 to 70% of mentioned artists were written about in only one of the magazines. All of the constructed networks were scale-free networks, as you can see in these graphs. Which is a signal of their heterogeneity. So scale-free graph, tell me if I need to explain. Scale-free graph means that there's only like 10 to 20% artists that are written really a lot about, while all of the rest of them are mentioned only 1 or 2 times during the period, for example, from 1991 to 1999. So the rich get richer. It's but this is a signal of the heterogeneity of networks, which arises as a consequence of unregulated collective action. This heterogeneity does not mean that the network structure is formed by chance. It signals that there is an underlying mechanism of self-organization. So I'm going to conclude here. Doing digital art history is a process of constant bargaining between qualitative and quantitative, objective and subjective. However, it does offer the discipline itself a more nuanced relationship with the digital.
Thank you, Sanja. I would now like to invite Ivana Tkalčić. She studied at the Academy of Fine Arts in Zagreb and Munich. She also graduated economics and tourism at the Faculty of Economics in Zagreb. After graduation, she has been working on project and artist residence in Austria, Belgium, Greece, Norway, Italy, Netherlands, and Poland. She has also many solo and groups exhibitions and biennales. She will talk about her artistic research and her work. Okay.
I koji? Ovo je da sigurno strelice. Okay, so I don't see a wonderful, and the mic is probably working. Okay, thank you, Diana. Thank you, organizers, and thank you, everyone, for the insightful and wonderful presentations. Probably, that's the first slide, yes. So probably I will mention a lot of things that we already mentioned in the first and also in the second part, but we are all working with artificial intelligence, so I guess that is why here, actually, this slide is only kind of to remind us, because it's already the end of the session where we are, and also here really small you can find my website through which one we can connect and maybe work on some other projects. So here is actually the enlargement of the website, but not because the website is important, it's more because I will talk about few projects which were related all to artificial intelligence, and actually we showed yesterday in the gallery, we showed one work, this one, Steady Movement, one of Forestry of Birds, and I will talk about different projects which led to this one specifically. So we can start from 2018. As also Peter was mentioning, this project was created with the Joint Research Center. So this is one really amazing center which is close to Milan in Ispra, and there is a possibility, there is a residency and also a festival. This was a third year, and artists can participate, of course. They are invited, or there is an open call, and you can collaborate with the scientists there on site. They have many different departments, which are from mathematics to nuclear physics. My point of interest at the time was social media or social media targeting. So here I collaborated with three scientists, which you can also, you see their names here. So Ian Folbracht, he was specifically working on social media targeting, and at the time on the Brexit, or better said, the Cambridge Analytica problem, and also on the Trump election problem, we can call it. The other artist which I collaborated was Stephen Chandro. She worked on a topic on how to develop, or how is the social network or social platforms, how are they affecting the formulation of identity in teenagers. And the third scientist, Nicole Devander, she's also a known philosopher, and she was I was talking more about her, how is it to be a human in a hyper-connected era. So how is actually all this connected to artificial intelligence? The kind of end topic that I was researching was related to filter algorithms, or maybe better said, this research was lasted for around a year, and I was following my own digital footprint. So I was following the suggestions from Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and so on, from the filters. As you know, the filters actually work, of course, according to your search history, to your location, the laptop or PC that you're having, and also according to who are your friends and what you are liking, what they are liking, and so on. So I collected, together with the scientists and working with their research, I collected around 13 gigabytes of data. It wasn't so much using machine learning or something similar. It was still more analog approach, I would say, in this project. And then after a lot of discussion, I arranged it in a specific way, so it wasn't 100% artificial intelligence, but it was really insightful for me, and it was a start for me to think about artificial intelligence and machine learning in general. So here, the thing was that was interesting for me was how the information technology and communication is changing the way that we are thinking, with which of course influence our action. And as you know, the filter algorithms, I mean, it's fine if maybe you are buying something, or I don't know, maybe if it's more in a commercial way used, but if we need specific information, it can really separate us, maybe our point of view with some other point of view. That's, of course, it's not the best solution, and it's really dividing the society more and more. So maybe to go to another project that is maybe from this point, I started to be more interested in machine vision. So in a way, how the machine sees. Of course, we know this is something completely different than how the human sees. So here I was invited to collaborate with the Museum of Ivan Meštrović. Ivan Meštrović is a famous Croatian sculptor who lived from the beginning of the 20th century and until the late of the 20th century. So actually they invited me to work with their database. Unfortunately, the database, the digital part, was quite small. It had only around 2,000 images, but still we thought that it could be enough to work, to do something with it. So together with the museum and also with my colleague, computer scientist and programmer, Fran Jurišić, I worked on this project. We used the gun style model, where we actually trained the model on the photographs, unfortunately on the photographs of the Ivan Meštrović sculptures. We didn't have 3D models, so we only could use photographs. And from those photographs, we tried to imagine, together with the machine, how would the maybe next sculptures of Ivan Meštrović look like if he would be still alive. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if you can see the details here, but also we didn't get so many details in a specific images, because to train a machine you need a lot of data, and actually you would need like 70,000 or 50,000 images to get more clear or detailed image or final result that machine would develop. Also here we were joking, so we used two different approaches, or machine learning approaches. One was more to analyze the sculpture. It was super general, because still machine learning is pretty far from art history. So there is one model which would describe as a, I don't know, art historian or art critic, which would describe the sculpture, but it would be super general. Sometimes it would guess totally wrong. I mean, it would be sculpture of a woman, or he would say, the machine would say like bear or dog, so it was totally misguided. But I don't know, for me sometimes is interesting this in-between thing that happens between the interpretation of the machine and machine's perception and our perception. And this other thing, the gun model is actually maybe something that is closer to a creation. So kind of we give the machine the space with our guidance to create something new. So from this work, I was also invited to collaborate with the Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art here in Rijeka. So actually it's pretty similar project to this one. Also, they offered me their collection, which was even smaller. I mean, the digitalized part, which was smaller than Ivan Meštovic's collection, so only 1,113 works. I used also the gun style model, here, as most of the digitalized works were actually painting and really, I mean, flat objects, and also prints, and most of them were actually modernistic painting, so the results were maybe also pretty similar to the starting points. So the input, as you see, is the collection. As Anna Maria was also telling us, this middle part is a bit of a black box. Even with the computer scientist that worked on Google, my colleague, I mean, he can guide, of course, the machine, but we are still a bit in the dark about the process, and the end results was it could be from 2,000 to 5,000 images in an hour. So machine was pretty quick to create a lot of works. And now, just briefly, I was already presenting the work yesterday, so this is the work that we showed in the gallery with the knowledge from previous projects. We worked on this one. This is in collaboration with the VHV Academy, and also created during the start of the pandemics. We had some interesting modules, and then I incorporated kind of their concept together with mine concept. This one is maybe more poetic and free from collections as the previous ones. So this is actually my choice in choosing a data set that is actually bird data sets, which is birds from Europe and North America, and also data set of forests or of trees, also from North America and Europe. You can see here I had a bit more information, so maybe the images could be a bit more clear. It was 6,033 images of a bird and 2,330 forest images. So here, as the title says, the title says, one of forestry of birds. That means that the machine was trained 3 times on the data set of the bird and 1 time on the data set of the forest. And in a way that 2 times it was trained on the bird, and then it learned pretty well how to make a bird, but then I wanted kind of the full machine, so I trained it with this tree data set. So, and after that, the rest of the data sets. So actually, when the machine was getting really good into creating the bird, we fooled it with the tree, so now it can't really make one clear object till the end. So it's always kind of in a loop, trying to find a bird, and then the tree comes up, and then maybe it was for me, more like a bit of a joking, I don't know, experience with the machine or fooling a machine, but not in a bad way, just playing with it. I mean, we were in the lockdown, so this is the outcome, I guess. And only shortly about the future projects. Actually, now I'm collaborating with the Goethe Institute, so this is still on progress. We are kind of in the middle, so it's something that interests me all along. It's about ethics and artificial intelligence, and how actually is artificial intelligence gonna influence all our ways, not only thinking, behaving, but also socializing and so on. So it's a wonderful collaboration with many cities, as you can see here: Athens, Bucharest, Izmir, Sarajevo, Sofia, and Zagreb. Here we are kind of put in group of threes. So we are working with, there is a humanistic field, artistic, and scientific. So I'm working with the computer scientist and a lawyer, and we are working on this. So there are also 4 topics, as you can see here, and we are working on the media topic. Our approach maybe now is a bit more scientific in a way. We have a really clear question about trustworthiness of artificial intelligence in social media and traditional media. So we are doing firstly the survey and the research, but then the outcome will probably be interactive web installation. So, but this is probably gonna be around in December, so we still have time. Yes, that's it from me. Thank you.
Very nice artistic.
Yes, so much artistic.
Okay, thank you, Ivana. Our last presenter today is Bettina Wackenagel. She studied music theater directing with focus on contemporary music and electronic media. As a director, she was responsible for countless world premieres, including the Salzburg Festival, the Munich Biennale, and the Ars Electronica in Linz. Since 1990s, she has produced festivals formats that examine current trends in electronic music and art through the social discourse, and has received commission from arts organizations worldwide. From 2014, she's founded the Heroines of Sound Festival, and to this day continues to be responsible for its artistic directions. Okay. Microphone and pointer.
This is just, I just press there.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Microphone.
Thank you very much for the nice invitation. We really enjoy to be in Rijeka at the Glowing Globe Artificial Art Alienated manifestation this year. Well, just briefly, my talk will give a very small overview about Heroines of Sound agenda and main aims. Furthermore, I will introduce you to the significant work of early electronic pioneer Daphne Oram. She invented in the 60s a visual synthesizer, and also introduce you to the most current practice of Alexandra Cardenas, who's in our mentoring program this year, and it's also part of this manifestation. And Alexandra uses and explores the algorithmic behavior and live coding to create music and visuals. So, actually, Since 2014, Herons of Sound Festival has been presenting Berlin audience over the past 9 years now, early and present herons of electronic sound. The focuses of women and female identified non-binary artists who take electronic sound processing and experimental pop and electronic music a step further and interpret it performatively. Each year, countless works of pioneers of electronic music are presented and prove the oft-forgotten and underestimated quality of the pioneers and the female pioneers of electronic music and the range in the field they worked. Thus, we would like to point out not only new perspectives of historical and current positions in female music practice, but also for electronic music as a whole. Artists such as Barbara Barron, Marie Padet, Delia Derbyshire, Daphne Oram, Laurie Spiegel, Suzanne Ciani, Pauline Oliveros, many more to add, Alice Charles, Bruce Wiley, Teresa Rampazzi, who founded or directed music electronic studios, have been presented by the festival so far until to the date, and they do have significantly influenced at the development of electronic music and made their own way apart from ideologies described by centralized studios. Because so far up until now, the history of electronic music too is primarily influenced by male composers. Female protagonists appear only very marginal, and their music has hardly become a part of the cultural memory. Recent years, indeed, have seen a fact to revitalize also and turn attention to the early electronic pioneers. But however, they have largely been recognized as pure exceptions, are unusually placed on podiums of festival as singular icons. Well, what is true is that these pioneers were exceptional artists, but by no way singular occurrences. There were countless women composers involved in early electronic music who have successfully worked in this field, and their reception were at some point somehow interrupted. So I'll just give you some examples. The woman I will introduce who most point out is Daphne Oram. She is the one in the second row on the right left. And upon you will see first row is Beatriz Ferreira today. She's an Argentinian composer and has been educated in France, and is one of the most renowned electronic music composers today. The next photo, the old vintage photo, is also Beatriz Ferreira. At the JM studios. They have been working these days with tapes, as you see. And next is Barbara Barron, who is with her husband, Barbara Barron, but she was indeed the operator of the music. Is proven to have written the first purely electronic composition for major Hollywood science music. Then next to it, you have Suzanne Ciani. Suzanne Ciani has become very prominent for using the buckler, but she had been also, she made a sort of like a fortune. Luckily, she made a fortune for inventing sound design. She did invented the plop for Coca-Cola, very many sound designs for Atari, and was able, with this background, to also establish her own studio. The next to the vintage Daphne Oram is Delia Derbyshire. Delia Derbyshire also worked at the BBC studios and has been also involved with pop music, did a lot of feature music. She worked with Yoko Ono and much more. The woman on the right and standing in front of these operators is Else-Marie Padet. Else-Marie Padet has co-founded the first electronic studio, the Danish Electronic Music Studio. And the third row is Teresa Rampazzi, an Italian musician who founded a studio in Perugia. Then you will see the group of men and women, with two women, the Columbia Music Studio, Alice Childs and Pearl Smiley. Below there is Alain Radic. And there's in the middle also a current photo of the color photo is AGF, a German composer, with an up-to-date photo with Alain Radic. And indeed, we sort of like cooperated with them and this group and the Lepetites 2019. So just to give you an idea what is happening. Now I want to turn your attention to Daphne Oram because she's really a unique example. The path of Daphne Oram is a prime example for this current state of being forgotten and neglected at that time, although being very successful at her time. In the early 50s, she visited Pierre Schaeffer at the GRM in Paris. And back in London, she adapted the techniques and the structures of musique concrète and experimentation with sine wave generators, filters, and manipulation. And in 1958, she founded the first electronic studio at the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, and the idea was to form the focus on the studio to produce electronic music, but she found out pretty soon that the BBC did not want it very much a very independent studio, but more like a work on hands for documentaries and other things, and she could not produce there the way she wanted. So she left the studio after a couple of years. This is her. And she was lucky to receive 2 Gulbenkian funds. With this money, she founded her own studio. And the idea what she followed is her machine, the Oramex. The Oramex is a visual synthesizer, and she's doing this on celluloid signs, and this is, well, then synchronized into music. In the 60s, there have been quite many composers who worked here, Musgrave, Maxwell David, worked with the Oramex machine. And she was a respected composer, she was a professor, and she received 2 funds by Gulbenkian. I mean, this is the European Rockefeller. But her pioneering work has been very long forgotten. And the only restored machine was found in somewhere in a cellar in Paris 40 years ago, and in an attic. No, not in a cellar, in an attic. Restored in 2009 and then presented with great success at the London Science Museum during a solo exhibition, Oramex to Electronica. This exhibition was on 4 years, and they did extend due to this massive interest of audience. That's basically is. And since 2007, Daphne Oram's estate has been actively managed by the Electronic Music Studio at the Goldsmith College in London, with supports from the British state and radio and the collection. And there's a Daphne Oram Trust. And last not least, a couple of years ago, her Oram's opus Still Point took place finally 2016, and in London's South Bank Centre. And this is a very large scale of work submitted by Oram for the Prix de Rome, but it was rejected by her directors by the BBC, and very long time it was presumably lost. You must also know that the composers who worked at the BBC radiophonic studios, they were not allowed to sign with their own name. So it was just BBC radiophonic studios, but the names were not given. The composition, dated from 1949, combines a double orchestra with manipulated electronic sound recordings and live electronic, and it's presumably with the third waltz composition that manipulates electronic sounds in real time, according to Hugh Davis, who's a musicologist and composer. Yes, this is only one example, one of very many. And what we would like to point out that is a certain form of a role model for the festival, and also the alienation between significant early electronic music and creation and current practice. Because we think that there's also another characteristic, because a characteristic of early electronic female composers is they have been working, doing genre-spanning music. They have been writing for theatre and music. They worked under pseudonyms like Delia Derbyshire and Margarita Fadrani with pop musicians, and they were often balancing between art and commerce. As I said, the sound design. Also, Laurie Spiegel developed sound effects for Star Wars, and I think this is still very much true also to composers, female composers, especially nowadays. I mean, one of this is this maybe a financial need, but the other thing is also to see maybe the life and the world as a whole, and not to be we try to get out of one category and expand. And this is also something what interests me very much. So the female composers of electronic music also developed important software programs. For example, Laurie Spiegel, Music Mouse, an intelligent instrument for Macintosh and Amiga and Atari. The interactive software originally served as its own purpose, became very popular in the 80s, and pop and rock music, and it's comparable to today's program like Ableton Live and Max MSP. The user operates basically a program via mouse and keyboard without having to process the knowledge of notation or composition, thus turning the computer really into a virtual music instrument. So now I would like to turn to our present and most current programs now. This is one part of the program. The other part of the program is, of course, devoted to the current practice of musicians and composers nowadays. And they, of course, they form the main and solid body. And also in order to give them a better opportunity and create more visibility, we have established this mentoring program since a couple of years, and this is basically a program that artists will receive commissioned works, and they will be presented not only in our festival, but also in the editions, and a lot with our international partners. And yes, and since 2012, 20, Alexander Cardenas takes place in the program. And the aim is to let her receive a wider visibility, and it's worked quite well. Last year's Alexandra was part of our live streaming with Arte Concert, and this did receive a very wide visibilities, and we go on like that. And yes, we basically not only do concerts, but we also do a lot of research, discourse, network, publications, and work together with very many partners. Feministic identified partners like, for instance, email and female pressure, but also with very many other partners and festivals who don't have a special profile in that, because we think it's, of course, important to present our artists, or not only our artists, but very interesting female or non-binary artists worldwide, and so much. And then we also have a sound archive, and this is a work in progress. This is shared by the curators and the composers we invite. And yeah, we started to, of course, to digitalize it, but we still have to find the best platform to host it. It's a part on SoundCloud, but we think SoundCloud is also a commercial platform, and we do want to we think of something maybe like Ubu, but it will also take some time. So this is one of the things is so true. Technology has been a liberator. It blows up power structures. And this is a quote by Laura Spiegel, indeed. And Laura Spiegel quoted this because she found out when she started to compose that nobody would play her music. She had to persuade conductors, other musicians. And she worked in the Bell Laboratory. She created software programs. She did her own music for Star Wars and everything. She said, I mean, to use technology, I would be able to create my own music and present it to an audience so they can listen to it and they can interact with me. And that's why it's so important, and it's maybe also especially important or interested for female composers or female artists. I mean, it's the same in video art. I mean, the first, when an art form was not established, were the female artists who went in and explored the possibilities of this art form. Then when it became established, then very many male. I mean, I'm not dissing. I think that man can be experimental and innovative at itself, but maybe it's also a certain key that female artists do have to somehow get around the gatekeepers. They go for something which is not already so fixed, but where they have the freedom to create some things. And now please let me come to Alexandra, our current artist. I'm very glad she's here with us in person. And Alexandra is, well, of course, she studied compositions and she studied mathematics and very many things more. She worked for theater and did film music. But recently, she really explored a very unique practice with the algorithmic behavior of music and with live coding, turning it into music. But this is also not only music and visuals, but also a social practice. And I'm very glad that Alexandra will perform also tonight here. Choose uncertainty, and now I'm handing over to one of our most adored artists.
Thank you, Bettina. Thank you so much for this beautiful introduction to my work, and thank you so much for mentoring me through the festival Heroines of Sound. This has been a big honor. I hope, are you listening to me well? Yes, I tend to speak a little low. Please let me know if the volume is fine. Okay, so I arrived in Berlin 8 years ago. I'm a composer. I studied composition in Colombia, my origin country, my country of origin. And then 20 years ago today, on the 23rd of September of 2001, I left to Mexico. I went to Mexico because I couldn't find a way to express myself in Colombia. 20 years ago in Colombia, even though I was fortunate enough to have a good education and to be part of the contemporary music circle in Colombia, I felt it was extremely patriarchal and extremely closed, and very much close to the artistic expressions of Colombia itself, like being in a conservatory in a country that has been colonized is a very particular experience, because as a composer I started very early studying music, but the music of a culture that was not the culture I grew up in. So we are studying very, very deep the music, which is a wonderful music, it's a wonderful universe, the classical Western music, but at the same time it was closing our minds to the music of our own traditions. So in part of my idea was to leave Colombia in order to find myself, let's say. I went to Mexico and discovered a bit more open society, cultural circle in Mexico, which is still very, very plagued by patriarchy and machismo and snobism, but still there was a bit more openness to women's work. After 12 years of living in Mexico, I decided I wanted to learn new languages, a new tongue, a new mentality. And I left for Berlin. I went to Berlin to study a master's degree in sound studies. So I wanted to open my composer mind and discover music from another point of view, not so centralized as the Western classical music shows you that music is only this, and what this is called music, this can't be called music because it doesn't follow certain rules. So I have to say that studying sound studies in Berlin was opening my mind incredibly to the phenomena of sound, which actually when you're a composer from a conservatory, you don't spend a lot of time thinking about this, no? What music means, what is music, and what are other kinds of music, what are functions of music from the terms of phenomenology, of anthropology, and then discovering that you are just one part of a big connection, talking about networks, a big connections of different meanings of music and different functions of music. So it was a very humbling experience as a composer to see music from another point of view, and this helped me also recover my own roots as a Colombian, as a Latin American. So discovering also my music from another point of view has led me also to discover new tools. As Bettina mentioned before, and as very well Laurie Spiegel said, technology is a big liberator. During the time I was in Mexico, I studied programming for music because I have been interested in live electronics since I was a teenager. And in Mexico, I had the chance to discover open source software, which I never had the chance before. And it turns out that there is a big community behind open source software. And it was very important for me because first, I didn't have to pay for expensive software. Back then, I had very little money. So, and many colleagues as me in Latin America don't have access to very, very specialized software. So when we discovered open source software, it meant we could own the software and we could transform it and we could create with it. So in this community of open source software, which is global, which is on the online, on the internet, and we are growing together and developing things together. We came up, well, we know, but we came up with the idea of live coding, which means making a performance through coding the computer live. So your instrument, your musical instrument is the computer, and your interface is the code. So you're telling the machine through algorithms how to create the music and how to create visuals also. Live coding community started as a music community, but it started very immediately involving other artists and other expressions that can be performed live, no? We have poetry, we have dance, we have so many expressions. I am a composer, so my interest was primarily music. And the fact that it was so hard for me in Latin America during my young years to get a piece played by an orchestra, for instance, or by a recognized quartet. I felt always very much like I have many pieces that have never been played and are standing there as very beautifully written scores, but have never been played, because it's true that in Latin America it's very difficult to get your pieces played. So what technology did for me was that it put the music in my hands, and suddenly I had a computer that was incredibly powerful, that showed me so many possibilities of sound, and that I could control myself, and I didn't need to ask anyone. I didn't need to ask for a rehearsal or... so in this sense, technology, our PCs have been incredibly empowering for women and for composers who don't have access to all this system of let's say, classical Western music, which has its own system and it's very patriarchal and very, very snobist. So through the community of live coders, I discovered that music can be a collaboration, that our friends were talking about collaboration before. And, but at the same time, it's a community that empowers you to develop your own voice. So if you're interested in live coding, you can Google live coding and you will find that you will, if you don't know about programming, you can learn about programming with us, and you can learn about music if you have no idea of music or visuals. So it's a very inclusive and a very diverse community that globally supports each other. And we are distributed in nodes around the world. So you will see that we have different cities, a lot of cities around the world. You will find a Top Lab node. Top Lab is the organization of live coders around the world. Okay, so I feel very blessed that I arrived in Berlin. It was actually thank you to this program in the University of the Arts in Berlin that I arrived in Berlin and discovered a community of very thriving community of arts and programmers, which is then the point I am in. I'm in this intersection of arts and programming. And discovering Heroines of Sound has been fantastic, because then I could feel that I could show what I'm doing in a more like really I have been heard thanks to Heroines of Sound in Berlin. Because even if Berlin is amazing and very open too, we have this very, I think the patriarchy and capitalism ideas of seeing music are around the world, and so even if Berlin is a wonderful open city, we still face a lot of troubles. No, so festivals like Heroines of Sound are vital, and I think this is something we should take the example and in our own countries maybe come up with ideas like this, because women need visibility people who are not white and who are not male also need visibility. We need to, and this is for the good of all. It's not just for the good of discriminated people. It's for the good also for the white man, and it's the good for everybody. The more diverse we are, and the more we support each other, the better it will be for all of us. So live coding community is a good example that I suggest that you take a look, and also festivals like Heroines of Sound are very important for everybody. And lastly, I would like just to give you a little talk about my work that you will see tonight, a performance. I hope you can see it also online. Let's see. The idea of my music is that I am creating music live by writing computer code, and our philosophy is to show our process. Our emphasis is more in the process than in the final product, because this is like an alternative to the idea that music has to be produced and that music is a product. This is more an idea of see what's in my mind. I'm a person like you, and I want you to see my process, no? I want to see what's behind, how I solve things during a performance. If I make a mistake and my computer fails or something, you can see. You can see, like the screen is a little window to my mind where you can see how I'm creating things, which is also quite different from the Western classical music where no errors are allowed, and you train for so long not to make errors in front of the audience, right? But I think our perception of perfection is changing so much, and practices like this are a fresh breeze, in the sense that yes, we are humans and life is full of errors, and not everything is perfect, as this culture has tried to make life seem as something perfect and completely controlled and completely certain. That's why my performance is called Choose Uncertainty, because actually that's how nature is and that's how life is. No matter how much we try to control things, there's always going out of control. And that's actually what my research is about what is control for a composer with this kind of technologies, no? Where we're stopping thinking about time in a linear way. We now think we are understanding that time itself is a construction. So if we were considering that music was the art of time, no, this is a very, very famous idea of music, that music is an art that develops on time. But now with technology, we have such different ways. So just because a computer can calculate so much faster than us, we are faced to ideas that we didn't know before, no? So suddenly we can accept that maybe time is not linear, no? And so talking about time, it's still linear in a practical way. So my time is over, but I hope you could understand at least a little bit of my main concepts. And thank you very much for opening this space.
And I will thank you so much. It was really all fantastic. We can together finish our day. It's a little bit late, but I would like also, before we try to do a little conversation, here is also our artist, who is not talking. She's the youngest one, Gaia Radic, but having a part of exhibition, which is very interesting. And she's only 20. Maybe in a couple of years she will be less shy. But I think we raised so many questions in this afternoon, and unfortunately it's very late. But I still hope, if you don't mind, that we do try to make some kind of conclusion. And still, please, if you have any question to our some of the rest of our speakers, say. If not, we will have tonight a wonderful time to experience the most important thing to see, also like exhibition, to see and hear today, performance of Alexandra, and at 8 o'clock in this fantastic space, Astronomy Centre. And we can continue our discussion in real life by having a drink and maybe really having a little lunch for you. So I think we can really be very happy with our participants. You want to ask something, want to say? Okay. So anyway, some people had to go. It's always a question of time. Alexandra, thank you. Time is perfect conclusion. There is never enough time. And also, of course, Bettina, thank you so much for this interesting introduction, and all other participants today, not to mention. So again, each one had very interesting, complete different issue. And as Maurice today said in the first time, it's a variety of points, and we had also this afternoon. And I hope through possibilities we will continue somehow discussions, also maybe with the larger public, and enjoying this beautiful afternoon, and tonight this end of that. Tomorrow, for the rest of you who stay, we will have our round table at the Academy. Unfortunately, many of you have to go, some is staying, but our round table would be actually exactly that, one-to-one, person-to-person discussion, or let's say open talk. So thank you very much. Diana, you want to say something else?
No, just thank you to all participants. It was great to approach to artistic research and artistic methodology, and thank you all.
Okay, and goodbye for all YouTube people, and hello, goodbye.
Sorry, what's the plan right now?